Chapter 1272. At this point, Yan Wenluan purposely left it blank. He Zhonghu and Chun Yunchui's gazes crossed each other, and then they both looked at Su Fengnian. Since the beginning of summer in the first year of Xiangfu, the current emperor had displayed a stance that puzzled everyone in court. Even if Yang Xinxing's troops had failed, even if Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry had been completely annihilated, the emperor did not show too much anger. Although the position of commander-in-chief, Lu Xingxiang, was shaky in the wind and rain, this was not caused by the unfavorable battle situation. Instead, it was a bleak situation from the beginning, and now there were signs of it becoming more and more stable. After Yan Zhenchuan died in battle, it could be said that he was extremely honored. He was posthumously given the title of Wu Jie and posthumously given the title of Jingzhong Marquis. His only son, Yan Daiden, immediately received an exceptional promotion. Yang Xinxing was trapped and lost the face of the court. However, it was said that a secret memorial was sent to the emperor, adding fuel to the fire for the Imperial College's Jean Lanting to impeach Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. It should have saved the lives of the Yang family, and it was not impossible for them to return to Jizhou in the future. Compared to the defeated Guangling Road, the emperor of the Zhao family obviously placed more attention on the calm Jizhou. He personally approved many memorials. Outsiders did not know the inside story, but Beiliang's side, especially Yan Wenluan and the other military leaders, knew very well that the emperor's wariness towards Chao Chongqing and the rest of the West Chu rebels who were causing trouble under his nose was far less than the Beiliang cavalry. Su Fengnian did not give a direct answer, but said softly, Qin Zhibao cut off the west line of Liang, which should be the first step of Yuan Bunxi's plan. The second step is to let Jizhou approach step by step. In the past, Yang Xinxing did not have the ability to do so. Even if he wanted to keep Beiliang in check, his tens of thousands of old soldiers in Ji, Nan were unable to do so. The imperial court simply let him go to Guangling Road and hit a wall. Because of this, the local forces in Jizhou were cut off. Taking this opportunity, the imperial court needs a trustworthy new person to fill the gap. Not only must he be able to convince the public, he must also have the courage to challenge Beiliang. That mad dog Yuan's meteoric rise should be a business deal between Yuan Bunxi and Gu Jiantang. Yuan Bunxi can further restrain Beiliang, and Gu Jiantang can be more assured in the periphery of the East Line. Everyone is happy. Great ancestor Gu sneered. This mad dog really wants to be the new master of Jizhou. How can it be so easy to sit on the seat of the new master of Jizhou? Beiliang really can't stop him. Compared to Western Shu, Jizhou is even more of a pushover. The first thing Gu Jiantang will do is to be beaten into a sieve by Beimang's iron cavalry. Even if Yuan Tingshan is the son-in-law of the Gu family, can he really be compared to his own son? Chu Lushan laughed and said, "Wealth comes from danger. Small people are always like this when they go to the gambling table. If they want to gamble, they will gamble big. They are never afraid of losing their family fortune." Speaking of which, when we fought with my foster father from the north to the south, we also put ourselves in the same situation. Although Yuan Tingshan isn't likable, he's definitely very interesting. Su Fengnian suddenly turned to look at Yan Wenluan and asked, "General Yan, if you only have infantry in Yuzhou, how many Beimang soldiers can you stop?" Yan Wenluan said without hesitation, "One gourd outside Tuma Pass can hold 150 to 60,000 Beimang soldiers. With Honglu General Chao Xiaojiao and Hong Xinjia as partners, they can both attack and defend at the border. Within Yuzhou, there is also the Hu leader Huang Fuqiu. 300,000. It is not a problem for the Yuzhou infantry to stop 300,000 Beimang soldiers. However, there is a time limit to this. However, This time limit is enough for the 30,000 light cavalry to provide reinforcements or attack in an emergency. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "All right then, these 30,000 light cavalry will enter Jizhou from today onwards." General Chun, Yun Xiao's eyes lit up and asked, "Are we not going to inform the imperial court?" Su Fengnian replied with a question. "Our Beiliang is only sending 2,000 or 3,000 cavalry to Jizhou to train. Do we need to inform them? That would be treating His Majesty as an outsider. Moreover, after going to Jizhou, the imperial court will know one day. Isn't that the same as informing them? At most, we will just have to submit another document to the Ministry of War." Su Weisheng, who was sitting beside Su Fengnian, laughed softly and said, "It is clear that our Beiliang is reasonable." Chun Yunxiao suppressed his laughter. Hezhong, who was also in a good mood, could not help but laugh out loud. "Your Highness, the difference between 3,000 and 30,000 seems a bit big." Hezhong suddenly waved his hand and said, 3,000 and 30,000 are only 20,000. It is not 30,000 and 300,000. Whoever wants to argue about this can argue about it. Moreover, that Minister Lu of the Ministry of War is our Highness's elder by marriage. Regardless of whether it is on the side of family or on the side of reason, Tang Shi Sword Immortal should be helped. Su Fengnian rubbed his face and asked, "In the past, this cavalry was made up of scattered generals and captains. If they go to Jizhou, who will lead them? Do any of you have a suitable candidate?" As the general of Beiliang's 160,000 infantry, Yan Wenwan was not in a position to interrupt. After all, this was a family matter of the cavalry. Yuan Zuozong could speak, Chu Lushan could speak, and even some of the infantry generals could speak freely. However, this famous general from the spring and autumn period was too prominent, so he should be silent. However, Yan Wenwan still spoke bluntly. "I have 2 candidates for the position of commander and deputy commander. The commander must be more astute in the use of troops than in the proper way, while the deputy commander must be relatively prudent, more proper than astute. This will allow the 2 of them to complement each other and prevent the cavalry from being too lame. The vice-general can be my subordinate, Zhong Tianheng. As for the general, your Highness will have to use different people." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Old general, please speak." Yan Wenwan glanced at Chu Lushan and said, "Then I will have to borrow someone from Protector General Chu." Chu Lushan stared and said, "No, even if you beat me to death, I will not lend him to you. That kid is an important person in the Protectorate and is also my right-hand man. In the future, I will have to rely on this kid." Su Fengnian could not help but be puzzled. Who was this extraordinary person that Lu Qiu'er and Yan Wenwan liked? Yan Wenwan snorted coldly. "It is not me who wants to borrow someone from you. It is His Highness who wants to borrow someone from you." Su Weisheng said indifferently, "Yu Wandao is indeed qualified to lead this cavalry." Su Fengnian suddenly understood. Chu Lushan's expression was as if dozens of pounds of meat had been cut off in an instant. He sighed. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then it is settled. Let us go take a look at the topographic map of Ji Province and discuss how to move these 30,000 people." The group of people walked to the front of a few tables. Someone had already brought over 2 maps. One was the geographical map of the entire Ji Province, and the other was the topographic map of Jishi. In the northern Liang military, there were countless of such maps. When Su Fengnian sent someone to invite Yu Wandao over, he stood in front of the table and looked around. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, "From today onwards, we in Beiliang will do what we are supposed to do. If the imperial court and Ji province dare to interfere, Then we will cut off their hands and feet. In the future, if there is a conflict with any forces outside Beiliang, there is no need to inform the Mount Qing Liang Wang estate. Do it first, and after it is done, the Wang estate will help clean up the mess. Yan Wenwan, Chen Yinshui, and the other old generals all let out a long sigh at the same time. He could finally vent the resentment that he had held in for nearly 20 years in an open and above-board manner. Chapter 1273. Although the weather was cold, there was no snow. If one did not personally go to the frontier fortress, it would be difficult to understand the feeling of stars hanging over the vast plains. Su Fengnian accompanied Su Weisheng out of the Huayang Pass, and a few miles outside the Huayang Pass, he was accompanied only by Chu Lushan, the old general Yan Wenluan, and the new Yu Luandao of the Dragon Gate had already rushed to Yuzhou to take charge of military affairs. The latter gave Su Fengnian a report before he left, specifically describing the analysis of the battle situation in Guangling Road, focusing on Ko Jianghuai's series of raids from one point to the other. Large-scale cavalry battles in the wilderness had always been a scene that could only be seen on the frontier battlefield. In the hinterland of the Central Plains, large and small cities were scattered like stars in the sky and blocked by rivers, making it extremely difficult for cavalry to perform. To be precise, it was extremely difficult for cavalry to fight a battle in one go. It was not difficult to fight one or several exciting battles, but to fight to the end, abandoning the infantry, and using the cavalry to the greatest extent, it was a test of the ability of the commander. Chu Lushan used the faint starlight to read the report carefully along the way, admiring it so much that he could not put it down. When Su Fengnian and Su Weisheng stopped at a small broken ground, Chu Lushan carefully put away the priceless rice paper, looked at the sky, and sighed softly. Lu Xingxiang's proudest work in his life was that snowy night in Luzhou, helping Gu Jiantang take down the entire Dongyue without shedding a drop of blood. As for me, I was fortunate enough to not fail my mission when thousands of cavalry marched into Shu. In the past 10 years, these two battles have been deduced countless times by the old scholars who teach the art of war in Shangyin Academy and Imperial College. But in my opinion, this unruly Ko Jianghuai in West Chu's new imperial court is much better than me and that assistant minister Lu. No wonder Yu Luandao, a proud and arrogant son of a powerful family, is willing to praise another son of the same age. Su Weisheng reached out his hand to ask Chu Lushan for the stack of rice paper, put it on his knee, and casually pulled out a page, saying flatly, Ko Jianghuai is recognized as a generalist in Shangyin Academy, but in the eyes of some scholars, he is somewhat miscellaneous and not a master. I have played a few games with him. Su Fengnian could not help but interrupt. Second sister, can this kid beat you in a game of chess? Su Weisheng raised his head and stared blankly at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian smiled embarrassedly and quickly shut his mouth. Chu Lushan caught a glimpse of this scene. In today's world, there were very few people who could make the young king of Beiliang admit defeat, and he could not help but laugh. In the end, Su Fengnian was afraid of the strong and picked on the weak. He glared fiercely at the gloating Chu Lushan, and the Protector General could only resentfully withdraw his smile. It must be known that a person who could make him admit defeat was equally difficult to find in the two imperial courts. Su Weisheng continued, most of the people I have played against are national chess players. Among them, Ko Jianghuai is undoubtedly the weakest. However, this person's thoughts are the most unconstrained, and there is no set pattern to the game. He can play frighteningly strong moves, but he can also play stupid moves that do not make any sense, and he can also shamelessly play all the way to the end. These are not surprising. What is truly impressive about Ko Jianghuai is that he has the least desire to win. This kind of opponent is very difficult to deal with on the battlefield. Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, has clearly suffered enough. On the eastern front of West Chu, Ko Jianghuai, with inferior military strength within 20 years, consecutively captured Huangyan Pass, including Daijai's, and 6 other dangerous cities. They obtained the cities, but did not defend them, giving up a temporary struggle for territory and striving to obtain an overwhelming military superiority over the enemy on a single battlefield. They nibbled away the reinforcements bit by bit, making large movements and long-distance raids. This kind of seemingly unreasonable military strategy is indeed worthy for us, Beimang, who is at a disadvantage compared to Beiliang, to learn from. Probably because he was tired of standing, Chu Lushan sat down on the grass next to Su Weisheng's wheelchair. Unexpectedly, the height of his head was still about the same as Su Weisheng's. It could be seen that this head of Beiliang's officials, Lu Qiuer's body was very large. After entering the winter, the withered grass was sparse, so he did not feel uncomfortable. He laughed and said, "After the restoration of the country, West Chu's situation is quite similar to our Beiliang's. We have almost become fellow sufferers who sympathize with each other. Under the joint suppression of the 2 southern armies and several vassal kings, Chu Lushan is really like a snail in its shell. If Chao Changqing personally went into action, forcing Yang Xinqing to be unable to use his strength, Yan Xinchuan's death in battle could be considered reasonable. But right now, West Chu only sent 2 young generals into action, and it has already caused the Zhao imperial court to be in a terrible fix. Zhao Yi had no choice but to bring out the spring snow building's auspicious general. Presumably, the battle in Guangling will not be as short as 3 months or as long as half a year, as predicted by the elders of the Liang Ministry of War, and it will not even be as long as we Beiliang predicted at that time. By the time the last wisp of smoke dissipates, I am afraid it will take at least 2 years." Su Fengyan laughed coldly and said, "The Zhao family's son of heaven used the New Year's auspicious talisman. His original intention was to create a new atmosphere. A new atmosphere is indeed a new atmosphere, but it is not the least bit joyous. Suppressing Beiliang and indulging Guangling, these were all created by him. I don't know if he has any regrets, other than handing over the dragon robe and dragon throne to Crown Prince Zhao Xuan. There is also this big mess." Chapter 1274. Su Weisheng shook his head and said in a low voice, "The Zhao family is good at fishing in troubled waters in the middle of the game and making the final decision at the end of the game. Losing the first move, the Zhao family, compared to the remote Liang in the past, has a bigger family and a bigger business, so they can afford to lose more. The only difference is that in the past, the imperial court had our Su family as their vanguard. Moreover, no matter how anxious the previous emperor was on the surface, he still trusted our father and the Su family's armored cavalry. If not for the current emperor's insistence on nailing the Su family to the northwest border, would Chao Changqing and the remaining elders of West Chu dare to start a rebellion and seek their own death? If the Beiliang frontier army could send out 50,000 men to quell the rebellion, how could Yang Xinqing and Yan Xinchuan lose their integrity in their later years?" Chu Lushan said darkly, "There's nothing we can do about it. The Zhao family's emperor is determined to be the enemy of the world. The feudal princes who split the territory, the new civil officials who gradually gather together, and the military generals who set up independent territories, in his eyes, none of them are good people. He wants to help his son solve this problem before he dies. The chessboard is too small to accommodate so many big chess pieces. If he really did succeed, the crown prince Zhao Zhuan could really be a carefree emperor who doesn't attach importance to martial arts and focuses on civil affairs. Gu Jiantang has Chen Jibao holding him back. Without Zhang Julu, the civil officials have no leader. When the time comes, they would be too busy trying to figure out the emperor's heart. How could they care about governing the country and pacifying the world? Besides, at that time, The world would be at peace. The military generals would have retired to their fields, so it would be even less of a chance for the civil officials to fish for merit. Other than currying favor with the emperor, the civil officials after Yong, we really have nothing to do. Don't say, that old man Yuan Bunchi's calculations are very smooth. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, there's no point in talking about this. Right now, Dong Zhuo's specific deployment of troops and generals, other than the direction of Liuzhou, there are no detailed intelligence reports. Lu Qiu'er, how long do you think Liuzhou can hold off Lu Gui's army? After that, how many Beimang border troops can be implicated and thrown into the pocket of Liuzhou? With a smile on his face, Chu Lushan said, with Little Prince's 30,000 Longxiang army helping to defend Lu province, they would not be able to defeat Lu Gui's hundreds of thousands of disorganized troops, even if they were to fight for 100 years. In the eyes of future generations, no matter how we fought in the early stages of this unprecedented war, with Beimang, there was no better or worse strategy. It all depended on who could accumulate advantages in the divided battlefields. From the current situation, Dong Zhuo clearly did not put too much thought into Liuzhou. He invited the most prestigious and also the youngest of the 13 great generals, border commander Lu Gui, to that side because he did not wish for Lu Gui to take advantage of the situation to rise up in the Central Plains. At the very least, he did not want Lu Gui to rise up too quickly and too fiercely. What I am most worried about is that Dong Zhuo will attack Yuzhou in a spurt of energy, attacking the Yuzhou defense line to the death without regard for losses. In the meantime, he will place his most elite troops, the Tuoba and Hongjingyan, on the northern front of Liangzhou to tie down the main force of our cavalry. Su Weisheng nodded and said, if we attack Yuzhou in the short term, it will be the most muddle-headed method Beimang can use. However, in the long term, it will be the best method to preserve Beimang's national strength. After all, Beiliang is not the Central Plains, which has a great depth. Even if Yuzhou has a few cities that can be defended, and there are many fortresses and military cities south of the mouth of the gourd, the saying that the mouth of the gourd alone can swallow up 160,000 soldiers is not an exaggeration. However, as long as Beimang has the courage to do so, they will only have to send out 100,000 soldiers to cripple Yuzhou. Next, they will have to rely on Liangzhou's main force to reinforce Yuzhou. Once this situation develops, whether or not Liuzhou is defended will no longer affect the overall situation. This is also the reason why Yan Wenluan insisted that Yu Wandao lead 30,000 light cavalry to Jizhou. He was determined to use Yuzhou to win more time and space for all of Beiliang. However, this is an action that has no choice. In the end, they will lose more than they lose. The Liang imperial court is happy to see this, but Beiliang cannot afford it. Su Weisheng folded his hands on the paper on his knees and looked into the distance. Bodyguard Chu insisted on having Liuzhou enter a stalemate, attracting the attention of both the North and South imperial courts of Beimang. He hoped that Beimang's border army would send troops to Liuzhou, but he was also worried that Dong Zhuo would focus on attacking Yuzhou. Over the past decade or so, Father has poured a lot of effort into Yuzhou and spent a lot of money on the soldiers. 7 years ago, during the raid led by the Dragon Waste province, he purposely stopped the border army of Liangzhou from reinforcing Yuzhou. He watched as the 30,000 soldiers of Yuzhou lost their cities and fortresses one after another and sacrificed their lives for the northern barbarians. He wanted to make Beimang fear Yuzhou's border army and hoped that one day Yuzhou would not become their fatal weakness. Chu Lushan said in a low voice, "Merciful people don't command troops." Chu Lushan suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. That old woman has been purging Beimang's Jianghu forces for many years. Now, she can finally be put to use. On the border, those experts are keeping a close eye on the big and small passes. As long as they see someone quietly crossing the border, they will kill him on the spot regardless of his identity. Many of our men of sacrifice spies who have been lurking for many years can hardly pass on important military intelligence. This time, the Chess and Sword Music School and the Princess Grave have all been mobilized to seal off the news from the border and cooperate with Dong, Shua's border army. This move is really ruthless. Fu Shui Room has suffered heavy losses after being traced back to Beimang. Many provinces have been uprooted after many years of operations. Chu Lushan, who was squatting on the ground, rubbed his cheeks. That's not all. Not long ago, Beimang deliberately let a spy return. He had 16 heads of his colleagues from Fu Shui Room in his luggage. When the spy saw me, he cried and said that if it wasn't for the fact that he hoped Fu Shui Room could take back these heads, he would rather die than return to Beiliang. After the spy put down his luggage, he borrowed a cold knife and committed suicide that night. He didn't say his last words. He didn't write his will. He didn't leave anything behind. Chu Lushan said in a muffled voice, "Our new cold knife hasn't even started killing the northern barbarians, but it was used as a suicide by one of our own. If I continue to hold in this resentment, my lungs will explode from anger." Su Fengyan didn't say anything. His hands were clasped in the large sleeves of his purple-gold embroidered robe. After winter, the continuous battle in Guangling Road had come to an end. It was Beiliang's turn to be engulfed in smoke. There was no snow this winter. No one knew when it would snow. However, the cold knives at the waists of the 300,000 border soldiers could be unsheathed at any time. Chapter 1275. More than 8,000 valiant Chang cavalry went from the border of Gusai Prefecture to between Qingtsang and Linyao. Just as Chu Lushan had expected, the light armored Chang cavalry were used by Lu Gui to cut off the connection between the two towns. The Chang people were once a thorn in the side of the overlords of the Central Plains. The Dafeng dynasty had been harassed by the Chang people for a full 200 years. Every Chang person rode sheep to shoot birds and rats when they were young, and when they were slightly older, they rode horses to shoot foxes and rabbits. They were basically born to be elite soldiers on horseback. The light cavalry of the various countries in the Central Plains had gradually stepped onto the stage. To a large extent, it was because the Chang cavalry had forced them to do so. The Chang cavalry was also one of the teachers of the Central Plains. Before and after Su Shao took over Beiliang, the Chang people had withered day by day. This was especially so for the Su family, who often used large numbers of Chang cavalry to train their troops. This was undoubtedly a tragedy for the Chang people. As a result, the Chang people were natural allies of Beimang. This time, when they invaded the Central Plains, the various leaders of the Chang tribes all made peace with each other and made an oath. Under the lead of Beimang, they even formed an alliance with other tribes that had been suppressed by the Su family. Only then did they gather close to 9,000 cavalry and 20,000 war horses. Under the banner of the Chang cavalry, they started to take revenge on the Su family of Beiliang. This Chang cavalry that was originally impoverished along the endless border, under the great support of the Northern Mang and Southern Dynasty, were finally able to realize their dream of several hundred years of being fully equipped with armor. Unlike ordinary cavalry, the Chang cavalry's cavalry blades were the arm blades that had already been withdrawn from the battlefield. The war blades were bound together with the arm armor, so unless the entire arm was chopped off, the blades would never leave their hands. Apart from the arm saber, the Chang cavalry also had a traditional short saber known as the piao. It was attached to the outside of the thigh like a farmer harvesting rice in autumn. They used it to cut off the ears and heads of their enemies as spoils of war. More than 8,000 Chang generals galloped towards the south. The leader of the group, a burly man, bent down and stroked his ancestral clapper. His eyes were filled with hatred. Years ago, when that Sioux family of the Central Plains slaughtered his way into the Northwest, all the local adults who disobeyed his orders were killed on the spot. Even the children, who were no taller than a horse's back, could not escape the disaster. Although they were not executed, both their thumbs were cut off by the Sioux family's cavalry. This meant that even if these children were lucky enough to survive, they would not be able to hold their weapons firmly and swing their swords at the Bailiang Frontier Army. This middle-aged madam, Juan's surname was Jean. At the time when his tribe was trampled by the Sioux family's horses, he was lucky enough to follow a group of young men to hunt and store food for the winter. When they returned to the tribe, other than the corpses on the ground, there were only the children crying with their hands dripping with blood. Beside the children's feet were the corpses of their parents. He swore that he would personally use this clapper to cut off the thumbs of everyone in Bailiang with the surname Sioux. As long as they had the surname Sioux, even if they were infants, he would not let a single one go. This was especially true of that butcher's son, the person who had been usurped as the new prince of Liang. Not only would he cut off that young man's thumbs, but he would also cut off Su Fingyan's head, limbs, and fingers one by one. This madam one slowly straightened his back and looked towards the vast expanse of land to the south with a vicious smile on his face. He had heard that there was a butcher's son named Su Longxiang in Liuzhou. He was very famous among the nobles of the southern dynasties. Last year, he had beaten up a few military towns in Gusai Prefecture. He did not expect to capture this person with less than 9,000 cavalry. However, before he worked with General Lu Gui to completely flatten Liuzhou, he had to drink the fresh blood of the Bailiang people. He had to make that young man, who had butcher's dirty blood flowing through his veins, suffer so much that he wished he was dead. The young man's Longxiang army did not have more than 30,000 cavalry. Did he want to defend all of Liuzhou? In the eyes of the generals, this was just an old show between brothers in the Central Plains. It was clear that the young king was afraid of his younger brother's great achievements on the border, so he purposely left Su Longxiang and all of the young man's direct descendants to die. In the winter, the water dried up and the grass turned yellow. The war horses were not as strong as in the autumn and summer. In the eyes of the Central Plains, especially the Jiangnan people, it was the most unsuitable time for war. However, to the Liangmang people, who had been on the border for a long time and were familiar with the harsh cold, as long as they were determined to fight, they could fight to the death on any battlefield, even in the damned snowy weather. On the contrary, the Chang generals Jin Cheng liked fighting in the depths of winter the most. The scene of using a long spear to stab into the enemy's chest and then dragging out a bloody path in the snow was more enjoyable than drinking good wine. The Chang cavalry's galloping rates had always been known to be as fast as lightning. While they were praised, it also revealed the Chang cavalry's weakness, which was that they could only do one-off business on the battlefield. Although they could advance and retreat freely before they obtained an absolute advantage and began a chase, it was very difficult to expand their battle results. They did not have infantry formations and did not have heavy cavalry holding the line. This time, the Baimang emissary was extremely disrespectful to the Chang cavalry. Even though he had a request, he was still arrogant. Before discussing the price, he even said to their face that they were just decorations, and that if they dared to ask for an exorbitant price, they should be careful not to lose their heads. He also threatened that if they did not act according to General Lu Gui's orders, they might as well not return to the border. When the time came, the Baimang army would directly view the Chang cavalry as an enemy. Jin Cheng fiercely ground his teeth. If not for the fact that he wanted to take revenge on the Sioux family, who the hell would want to deal with these pig-headed officials? Jin Cheng looked into the distance and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The 8,000 Chang cavalry heading down south to cut off Chingsang and Lingyao leaving Qingsong City, the capital of Liuzhou, isolated and without help. In his eyes, this was indeed an excellent strategy that caught the enemy off guard, and the Chang cavalry did not have to take any risks. However, on the way down south, he still had 20 or so roaming cavalry scouts at the front to scout the path. Every cavalry had to be 10 li away from the Chang cavalry army. No matter if they came into contact with the enemy or not, they had to turn back and let the 2nd Cavalry take their place. Logically speaking, at this time, one of the roaming cavalry should have returned to the front of the army. Furthermore, for this trip to Liuzhou, Bei Meng had specially given him a scout. It was an old fellow who exuded a dangerous aura. There was a sword at his waist, and his aura was long and steady. He did not look like a soldier at all. Even if he used his but to think, he knew that this was a hidden Jianghu master. It could be seen that Bei Meng had indeed invested a lot in this attack on Beiliang. They had even brought out the Jianghu forces that they had trained for 20 years. Jin Cheng was not a madman who would be blinded by revenge. He knew the severity of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the generals. He had come to assist Lu Gui's army in taking advantage of the situation. What he was most afraid of was directly clashing with the main force of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry. However, the Bei Meng emissary, who was dressed like a nobleman of the Central Plains, had promised that apart from a small portion of the 30,000 Longxiang army, most of them would be pinned down at Qingsong City and the area to the east of Qingsong City. Otherwise, Beiliang would have treated Liuzhou as a chess piece and sacrificed the Longxiang army, an elite cavalry force that had experienced hundreds of battles. However, Jin Cheng, who was not a madman, began to worry that he would encounter a madman king of Beiliang who would do anything to stabilize his throne, as well as a general of the Longxiang army who had lost his mind after becoming a chess piece. After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of any cavalry scouts. Frowning, Jin Cheng raised his arm and waved it back and forth slightly, indicating for the cavalry behind him to slow down. About half an hour later, the figure of a scout finally appeared in the field of vision of the Chang cavalry. As the warhorse galloped over, Jin Cheng and the other Kiliarchs were shocked to discover that there were numerous crossbow bolts stuck in the back of the scout. Before the heavily injured scout breathed his last, he did his best to speak of the precious military intelligence he had obtained by sacrificing the lives of more than 20 Chang cavalry. 8 li ahead, there were 3,000 enemy Dragon Elephant Light cavalry. Chapter 1276. Major Jin Cheng was both happy and worried. He was happy that the other side only had 3,000 cavalry and wasn't the main force of the Dragon Elephant army. He was worried that his army was here to fish in troubled waters and not to fight to the death with the Dragon Elephant army that was said to be invincible at the border. There were 2 paths in front of the Chang cavalry. They could continue south and use their advantage in numbers to take down the 3,000 cavalry. They could grit their teeth and complete their mission of cutting off Lu province. However, the Chang cavalry would suffer heavy casualties, and they would not be able to bargain with the Bei Meng after they had secured victory in Lu province. The second path was to avoid the brunt of the attack and not fight to the death with the 3,000 Dragon Elephant Light cavalry. However, they would also not retreat and instead advance in a roundabout manner. In the end, there would be unavoidable battles. At most, they would just fight for a while. With the Chang cavalry's speed, which had been the fastest in the world for hundreds of years, they could fight or retreat. Jin Cheng thought for a bit, and then decisively chose the latter. Their Chang cavalry wasn't Northern Meng's million-strong army that could contend against the entire Liang dynasty. Compared to that pitiful Northern Liang that his uncle didn't dote on, the Chang clan was struggling at death's door. After Jin Cheng made his choice, 2 of the Kiliarchs revealed expressions of relief. One of the Kiliarchs, surnamed Ko, was extremely angry at Jin Cheng's cowardly behavior. He loudly reprimanded him from his horse and declared that he would lead his 1,600 Chang cavalry to fight to the death. Jin Cheng's face was gloomy. He patiently told this rash youth that although the dragon elephant light cavalry was inferior to the heavy cavalry, they were not an enemy that could be easily dealt with. If other than the 3,000 cavalry, there was also the Long Xiang army, then their 8,000 men would not be able to leave Lu province alive. However, the young Chiliarch, who had seen all the male elders in his family being beheaded by the Su family when he was young, did not listen at all. He insisted on fighting the enemy to the end and did not forget to mock and ridicule Jin Cheng, saying that he, as a Chiliarch, had embarrassed the men of the Chang tribe. Jin Cheng laughed coldly in his heart. He gently turned his horse and made way. "Ku-yi, if you want to die, I will not stop you." The Chiliarchs raised his arm, and the 1,000 Chang cavalry behind him roared in unison, waving their arm-binding blades. When the youngster named Ku Jiao's mount passed by the Jincheng warhorse, his expression became a bit calmer, saying with a sneer, "I am willing to use my clan's 1,600 cavalry as the vanguard. If Major General still wishes to obtain the first batch of military contributions in Liang Mang's great battle, I believe with Major General Great's astuteness, you should already understand what to do." Jin Cheng narrowed his eyes. He did not care about the sarcasm in this idiot's words and began to weigh the pros and cons. If Ku-yi and his men were to use their lives to weaken the dragon elephant light cavalry, then if they won this battle, other than Ku-yi, the losses of the Chang cavalry would not be too great. This deal could be done. The expressionless Jin Cheng watched as the 1,600 cavalry broke away from the main army and charged out. Seeing the cavalry, whose faces were still full of childishness, move further and further away, Jin Cheng suddenly had an untimely feeling. Had he gotten used to a peaceful life of wine and beautiful women? Was the hatred in his heart not as deep as he had imagined? Jin Cheng shook his head, trying to shake off these unnecessary thoughts. His gaze gradually turned cold and resolute. He turned to the eager Chiliarchs beside him and said, "We will follow Ku-yi, but we must keep a distance of 1 li." The 5 or 6 Chiliarchs all nodded excitedly, their eyes burning. Jin Cheng suddenly laughed. "Brothers, don't forget those Qingxian on the grasslands. They are willing to pay a few hundred taels of silver for a cold blade. What a coincidence. There are more than 3,000 waiting for us to take. As for who can take more, it will depend on who can kill more Bailiang cavalry. Jin Cheng, will not break this rule just because I am a general's. Brothers, you can go kill without worry." 6 li away from the 1,600 Chang cavalry under Ku Qian, the 3,000 cavalry, all dressed in black armor and black horses, silently advanced forward at a uniform and powerful pace. An enormous black tiger was running around the periphery of the cavalry formation. The leader of the cavalry was a black-clothed youth who did not wear any armor. A cold blade rested on the horse's back in front of his chest, unsheathed. The general behind this half-horse was Scarface's man. He raised a metal spear at an angle with a fresh head hanging from the spearhead. It was the wandering scout who had been mixed in with the Chang cavalry. He had a sword, and his swordsmanship was unknown. In any case, he had abandoned his horse and fled quite quickly. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the spear that the black-clothed youth threw out. Before Scarface brushed past the corpse, he felt that he had nothing to do. After pulling out the spear from the corpse, he lightly cut off the head and stabbed it into the spear tip. Scarface was the Long Xiang army's valiant General Wang Lingbao. Originally, he shouldn't have appeared here. Instead, he should have obediently stayed near Azure City with Li Mofen, who was also a deputy general. They could only suppress their impatient tempers and slowly wait for that rotten old man, surnamed Lu, to bring a bunch of northern Mang trash with him to show off his strength. However, the commander had somehow heard from some scoundrel that a group of 8,000 Chang cavalry had broken through the border and was rushing to their deaths. Wang Lingbao wanted to kill these Chang cavalry who were tired of living, but the governor-general had sent an urgent military order to the Liuzhou provincial governor's mansion, telling the Longxiang army not to move. Provincial Governor Yang Guangdou had even gone out of the city to scout the camp, smiling as he whispered some kind reminders into Li Mofan and Li Mofan's ears. Wang Lingbao naturally did not dare to disobey a military order, let alone the new Prince Liang's order. Even if it was just Chu Lushan's order, Wang Lingbao would not dare to move the troops on his own. However, since his commander wanted to kill people, even if the sky fell down, the commander would be there to support it. How could Wang Lingbao miss out on this rare opportunity? In order to intercept and kill this group of Chang cavalry heading south, the 10,000 Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry had no choice but to split into 3 groups, each of them searching for the enemy between Qingcang City and Linyao military town. As the 10,000 troops set out, Yang Guangdou and the young scholar called Chen Shiliang quickly blocked their path, seemingly wanting to dissuade them. In any case, Wang Lingbao hid behind the army and picked his ears, pretending not to hear or see anything. As for the fact that the Longxiang army had broken a taboo in the art of war, Wang Lingbao really did not think much of it. It was true that the Longxiang army did not care about the situation in Liuzhou, but if one were to say that the 3,000 Longxiang army would be at a disadvantage in front of 8,000 Chang cavalry, Wang Lingbao would be the first to cut off his own head and use it as a urinal. When Wang Lingbao saw the provincial governor, he was quite angry. If not for the fact that he could not defeat the commander, he would have definitely hit him. However, the scholar, who seemed to be highly regarded by the prince, did not have any obvious expression. Wang Lingbao actually knew that after returning to Qingcang City, the news of the Longxiang army violating military orders would definitely reach the Huayang Pass Protectorate Manor. At that time, even if the commander of the Longxiang army took the blame as a deputy general, Wang Lingbao would not be able to bear the consequences. However, so what? More than 10 years later, the true Liangmang Great War had finally arrived. Motherf asterisk her. Even a pregnant woman would only need 10 months to give birth. He and Li Mofan, these rough men, had waited bitterly for more than 10 years. In this first battle, if he, Wang Lingbao, did not take the lead, he would be the first to let himself down. As for why the young commander in front of him was so determined to fight the Chang cavalry, Wang Lingbao could not be bothered to care. Wang Lingbao let out a long breath. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the head that was in the way. Looking into the distance between the two sides was less than 2 li. He could already see that the enemy cavalry had begun to speed up. Wang Lingbao softly muttered, "Beiliang is guarded by us. Great General, rest assured." Su Longxiang slowly pulled out his Beiliang saber. Under the illumination of the sun, it flashed with a snow-white light. At the same time, the 3,000 Dragon Elephant Cavalry began to raise their spears. Chapter 1277. The 2 cavalry armies began to charge at each other without any fancy moves. The terrain was flat and wide, making it easy for cavalry to spread out. Since it was an excellent place for cavalry battles, it also meant that it was easy for people to die here, and the speed at which they died would be very fast. The Chang cavalry were the lightest of the lightest cavalry. On one hand, they were so poor that they could not be heavy at all. On the other hand, their arms were long like apes, and their strength was outstanding. This made almost every one of them a master archer on horseback. The young Chang Chiliarch Kui who had a blood feud with the Bailiang Su family, finally stopped purposely suppressing the charging speed of the cavalry. With a wave of his hand, he covered the eyes of his horse with a black cloth, and the speed of his steed suddenly increased. If there were spectators looking from a horizontal line, they would definitely be stunned by the muscles of these war horses as they ran. The habit of covering the eyes of the horses during a charge had never been popular in the Central Plains, but this was an old custom that had been passed down for hundreds of years on the grasslands. At the beginning, it was to ensure that the war horses would not be afraid when facing the infantry of the Central Plains, and at the same time, to deliberately startle the war horses. Before the fierce collision between cavalry armies, the cavalry would whip the war horses to make them explode with greater strength, using the war horses' speed to drive the cavalry's charge forward. However, among the elite cavalry armies in the world, perhaps only the Bailiang cavalry disdained to use this kind of insignificant skill. This was attributed to the fact that every horse in Bailiang had turned from raw to mature, and the large horse farms had poured in countless efforts. Of course, there was also countless amounts of silver. In northern Liang, every time a familiar horse stepped onto a large-scale battlefield, there would be one or even several war horses that would die before it could do so. On the battlefield, only the roars of the 1,600 or So Chong cavalry could be heard. In comparison, the 3,000 Long Xiang army, who were also light cavalry, seemed especially strange at this time. One reason was that they were collectively silent before the battle, but more importantly, they were practically fugitives who used light cavalry as heavy cavalry. After the Dragon Elephant Light cavalry raised their spears and charged, they charged straight at the enemy, even giving up on the lethality of a wave of light crossbows. The Bailiang cavalry was good at fighting and dared to fight to the death. The Central Plains had always been good at a combination of riding and walking when it came to war. The infantry was in the middle, and the cavalry was on the two wings. The latter was not used to break through enemy lines head-on. Other than being limited by the natural factor of the cavalry bow being inferior to the infantry bow, especially the large crossbow, the main reason was that the cavalry's greatest advantage was its great mobility. In the long series of classic battles of the spring and autumn period, this indisputable pattern of war was displayed to the fullest extent. As long as it was a general who could be crowned as a famous general, even if it was an infantry commander, he would still be able to command a cavalry army of several thousand men in an orderly manner. This was probably the so-called chronic illness becomes a doctor. At that time, the large group of Li Yang's higher-level generals who had been influenced by the flames of war didn't know how to ride, or rather, didn't know how to ride, so they were too embarrassed to greet their colleagues when they went out. However, this kind of combined riding and walking tactic, once they moved to a place where supplies were difficult, it was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to acclimatize. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he took the initiative to launch several great battles against Beimang, and he suffered enough. Many situations that seemed to be in a good situation at the beginning were ruined by some battles that occurred outside the main battlefield. Take Beimang's Tuoba Bodhisattva and Dongzhua, two generations of famous Beimang generals, for example. These two became famous by relying on their light cavalry, which could easily be as long as 1,000 li long distance raids. In one breath, they circled around to the rear of Li Yang's army and directly smashed one or even several main supply lines. The famous generals of the Liang imperial court, especially the cavalry generals, were greatly vexed by this, but for some reason there was never a genius general who was able to break away from the infantry and meet force with force against Beimang's cavalry. Even so, the signs of the cavalry having to be separated and assume independent responsibility, as well as a series of books on the art of war that were derived from it, still appeared. Lu Xingxiang, who had been recruited by Zhao Yi to go to the distant Guangling riverbank, and Su Gong, who had never had the chance to go on an expedition beyond the Great Wall, each produced a military book. Unfortunately, it was not passed down to the generations, but it was widely praised within the military. Su Xiao greatly admired that dragon General Su Gong, who came from the Gumusu family, and thought that this person should have been able to overshadow Lu Xingxiang, who led the charge in the southeast. However, that group of Liang's higher-ups all knew in their hearts that if at that time Qin Jibao and Chu Lushan were given the opportunity, then in Beimeng, this brand-new battlefield, these two would undoubtedly become meritorious figures not inferior to the four great generals of the spring and autumn period. However, at that time, even if the new Son of Heaven, out of selfishness, was willing to give Qin Jibao the opportunity to display his skills, that large group of founding elders would not allow the Su family to have a successor. In close to 20 years of constant warfare with Beimeng, the Beimeng cavalry also developed a set of extremely powerful and mature tactics. For example, the Beimeng cavalry lacked crossbows, but had many bows. Unless it was an elite soldier with astonishing strength, it would be difficult for an ordinary cavalry bow to break through the armor from 80 paces away. When the two armies collided and charged, under Qin Jibao's influence, the Beimeng cavalry was abnormal to the point where they directly abandoned the crossbows in the process of exchanging fire. Relying on their advantage in armor, they allowed the Mang cavalry to throw out their arrows and fire at them, while their own side only focused on charging forward. As a result, Qin Jibao once made a presumptuous statement that made the outside world feel unimaginable, under the premise that the military strength was roughly equal or even slightly inferior. The Beimeng cavalry could only survive 40 paces. After all, outsiders were unable to witness this scene with their own eyes, and all along they held a strong skeptical attitude. However, it was undeniable that in the entire Liang dynasty, perhaps only the Beimeng frontier army had the precious experience of more than 10,000 pure cavalry fighting in pairs with cavalry. Don't look at how the Zhao imperial court acted like they didn't know anything about the northwest border. Every time the wind blew and the grass blew, the current golden weaving bureau, Li Shifeng would patiently and quietly send secret memorials to the capital, and the contents of these memorials were bought by Guangling Prince Zhao Yi and Yanqi Prince Zhao Bing, through who knew how many favors and connections, so that the various advisors could ponder over and over again. At the same time, the Liang imperial court was not waiting for death. They decided to treat Beimeng and Beiliang as imaginary enemies, thinking about how to truly go against the iron hooves of those war horses. After all, the outstanding generals of the Central Plains who stood out from the smoke of war were not useless people. They were quite effective. The division of troops and weapon combinations of the infantry and the cooperation of the weapons could be said to be at the peak of perfection. In the imperial examinations of the spring of Yonghui, there were even similar questions that had a deep meaning. This led to many bold and unconstrained ideas in the answers. Although most of them were seen as the nonsense of a scholar, there was an argument that suddenly shone brightly after many years of silence. That was to use extremes to fight extremes. The examinee, who failed in the imperial examinations at that time, proposed to invest all of his financial and material resources to develop the deformed heavy cavalry and strive to cross the threshold of 10,000 people. Even if he had to sell everything, he had to develop one or several heavy cavalry units and place them in an important town not far from the border. At that time, his answer sheet was like a clay ox in the ocean in the Liang imperial court. However, at the same time, the Beimeng palace began to crazily use money to build heavy cavalry units. It was not until many years later that the Liang imperial court realized that these were the two units of cavalry that Beimeng named after the country's surname, the Yelu heavy cavalry and the Murong heavy cavalry. The number of people barely touched the threshold of 10,000. However, even the layman civil official knew that to raise these two units of heavy cavalry, It was the same as cutting off the country's flesh and blood to feed these two large gluttons. This was because the true cost of the heavy cavalry was not in the establishment of the structure, but in the maintenance of the soldiers. The Liang imperial court, who was slow to realize this, was forced by public opinion from all levels of society, especially Gulu of the Ministry of War and the Eastern Border Army. Only then did they bite the bullet and follow behind Beimang to create the Duo Yen cavalry and the Yanmen heavy cavalry. The former had less than 8,000 cavalry, and the latter had less than 5,000. As for why the scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial examinations would mysteriously die in a nameless alley, who cared? However, if someone knew of this secret, they would sigh. A little essay of less than 1,000 words written by a nameless Jiangnan scholar had actually affected the life and death of 2 million soldiers in the desert frontier fortress. The enemy was 80 paces away from us. The front line of battle spread out like a line. The surging tide of Chang cavalry skillfully knocked their bows and shot arrows. The violent jolting of the back of the horse during the fast charge, the armor of the enemy cavalry, and the lack of time to switch shots in a hurried battle were all important reasons why cavalry archery was only the icing on the cake. Beimang's proper border army spears were not bad. Not to mention Dong's Dong family army. Even the generals and personal troops who held the edict had reached the level of the elite border army of Liang. However, this Chang cavalry was much more shabby. It was not that Beimang was so stingy that he was not willing to take out tens of thousands of refined spears. However, even if he gave them to the Chang cavalry, who had their own set of tactics, it would only be drawing legs on a snake and not sending charcoal in snowy weather. The training of war horses was already a headache, much less the training of cavalry in horse battle. The weight of the spear and saber was related to the strength of the cavalry's arms. How many battles and how many lives would be sacrificed before an optimal answer could be found? The precise area of the spear to stab the enemy cavalry, the optimal angle of the saber, the appropriate weight of the armor were all different from person to person and required great knowledge. Therefore, if the Chang cavalry suddenly changed their main weapons to the overly extravagant and unfamiliar spears, and thus slowed down the speed of the Chang cavalry, then once the Chang cavalry reached Liuzhou, they would either be lucky and not run into the Longxiang army, or they would just treat it as a happy trip. If they were unlucky, then Generals Jin Cheng would not even need to think about it. He would just turn and run and try to sell those spears for some money to escape. Those spring and autumn survivors who left their homes and fled north brought along many secret and superb forging techniques to Beimang. However, Beimang lacked a large amount of iron, causing many of the craftsmen of the southern dynasty to become hardworking housewives who could not cook without rice. Chen Jibao once said, "The northern barbarians who lack spears are just a group of foot soldiers on horseback. That's all." Chapter 1278. It could be said that the war saint of West Chu, Yi Baikue, had pushed the cruelty of large-scale warfare to a peak. Thus, Chen Jibao had divided the war into the shoulders of every junior captain. Not only did he remember the names of every captain under his command, he even knew their personality and leadership style, as well as their combined strength under normal circumstances and their potential in unexpected situations. In ancient times, military experts liked to describe the unpredictability of war as ever-changing. Chen Jibao had long memorized ever-changing in his heart. He is fully deserving of the title of the #1 strategist in the history of the Qin dynasty, far surpassing his predecessors and peers. Any Jiangnan scholar who had read a few military books and admired the elegant demeanor of the white-clothed war saint would be able to say this kind of overflowing praise that sounded common. But in reality, the person who said these words was Chao Qingyi, who was publicly recognized as invincible in chess. Liuzhou did not hear the cries of the horns or the war drums. Just like that, people died in a hurried battle. The 2 rounds of long-range shooting by the Chang cavalry were expected to achieve merit, but the magnitude of the merit surprised the Chang cavalry. When an arrow accurately nailed into the face of a dragon elephant light cavalryman, this cavalryman's head was immediately pulled back by the powerful arrow, and then he fell off his horse and died. The ownerless war horse continued to charge forward. Many of the Chang cavalry cheered. The arrowhead of a Chang arrow struck the breastplate of a dragon elephant light cavalry soldier, creating a string of sparks, but it did not pierce through. However, this northern Liang border army soldier's luck was truly terrible. His war horse was struck in the neck by another extremely powerful arrow through the gap in the armor. The horse neighed, tilted slightly, and crashed into the ground. The light cavalryman, who had rolled away, quickly stood up. His arm that was holding the spear had been broken, but without his spear, he quickly pulled out the cold saber at his waist. He faced the Chang cavalrymen, who were only 20 steps away from him, and began to run in a straight line. Kui felt a bone-deep sense of powerlessness. It wasn't just because the 2 rounds of arrow rain only brought less than 100 casualties to the dragon elephant-like cavalry. It was also because even though the enemy cavalry could clearly use their spears to deflect the incoming arrows, not a single one of them did such a thing that would damage the impact of the spear. Not a single one. The 2 armies suddenly charged out, and it was hard to tell whether the enemy was dead or alive. The young Kiliarka's recklessness had brought disaster to the 1,600 cavalry that he and his clan had painstakingly gathered over the past 20 years. Even if the Chang cavalry saw that the situation was not good, the front line facing them started to move to the left, hoping to use the speed of the Chang cavalry to reduce the losses on the battlefield. The vanguard of the Chang cavalry moved slightly to the left. However, the dragon elephant light cavalry reacted in an instant, charging to the right as a whole. The thunderous hooves of the horses did not decrease in the slightest. The rapid changes on the battlefront were actually not much when it was divided between 2 enemy cavalry positions. The Long Xiang army and the Chang cavalry were embedded in each other's formation. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 Chang cavalrymen were pierced through by spears. These Chang warriors were all dead before they could even get off the back of their horses. Among them, dozens of Chang cavalry corpses were lifted into the air by the dragon elephant iron spear. The line that symbolized life and death was filled with the blood of the Chang cavalry. There were some lucky Chang warriors who managed to dodge the spears of the first row of dragon elephant-like cavalry, but the spears behind them quickly pierced a hole in their bodies. Some of the luckier ones who managed to survive were instantly killed by the 3rd row of dragon elephant-like cavalry, even if they managed to survive the 2nd row of dragon elephant-like cavalry. One of the Chang cavalrymen had just had his shoulder pierced by the 2nd dragon elephant-light cavalry. He swayed, and before he had time to rejoice, a 3rd iron spear pierced through his neck. His corpse fell backwards, sliding a short distance on the horse's back before finally falling dead on the sand. The deputy general of the Long Xiang army, Wang Lingbao, directly shot out 3 candied haws. This charge, the dragon elephant light cavalry easily pierced through the window like a heavy hammer. Scarface and Wang Lingbao lightly shook their wrists, sending the 3 Chang cavalrymen off the iron spear. They did not turn around to observe the battlefield, not even looking at the corpses on the ground. They continued to charge forward. They were not far from the 2nd Chang cavalry, behind Wang Lingbao. The ground was covered in Chang cavalry corpses and blood. Many of the Chang cavalry horses that had fallen off their horses slowly came to a stop after running for a short distance. The 300 injured Long Xiang army cavalrymen raised their blades and stabbed the surviving Chang cavalrymen. Some of the Chang cavalrymen spoke in a language that the dragon elephant light cavalry did not understand. They were probably begging for mercy, but none of them showed any mercy. Ever since the general led the 100 cavalrymen out of Liaodong, the Su family cavalry did not have the habit of taking captives in. Apart from the 40 at the two ends of the 1,600 Chang cavalrymen, the rest of the Chang cavalry were all killed by the 3,000 dragon elephant light cavalry. The young Chiliarch, who had charged into Flo province for the sake of revenge and for the sake of establishing himself, also died after killing one person and assassinating two others. Chapter 1279. One side killed extremely cleanly and efficiently, while the other died without any hesitation. Ku Yi's original intention was naturally not to use the 1,600 cavalry his tribe had painstakingly amassed over the past 20 years to pave the way for Jin Cheng's meteoric rise in the Beimang imperial court. This Chang warrior, who was used to enjoying victory on the grasslands near Beimang, remembered the blood feud from 20 years ago, but forgot what kind of existence the enemy he wanted to take revenge on was. Before leaving his home, which could be considered a foreign land, he had heard that the Dragon Elephant Cavalry had slaughtered their way through half of Gusai province last year. However, he had also heard from the mouths of many southern court people that this was only the carelessness of the defending generals of Gusai province. He had also heard that as long as Dong Zhuo or any of the other great generals moved out, not a single one of the Long Xiang army that had penetrated deep into the heartland would be able to return. The Beimang border army would toss the severed heads one after another along the border between the two countries. Ku Yi had come for revenge, but unfortunately his youngest son, who was still waiting for his father to return home, could only wait another 20 years before he could continue his revenge. For the Chang people, their nearly 100 years of exile was like walking from one foreign land to another. He lay in a pool of blood, the sunlight above his head blinding. Then he saw a shadow appear above his head. It was a dragon elephant light cavalry rider, whose shoulders were one up and one down due to his injuries. Ku Yi struggled on his deathbed, trying to raise the blade tied to his arm. That officer seemed to have noticed Ku Yi's futile resistance. He frowned and then chopped off this Chang youth's head. After thinking for a bit, he also chopped off the corpse's right hand. Then, like many of the dragon elephant light cavalry who could still fight, the officer cleaned up the battlefield, found a suitable warhorse, mounted it, and began to charge again. In many of the rich places in the Chinese plains, no matter who killed who, most of them were filled with scheming plots and schemes. Even when gangs fought each other to the death, there might also be the competition of the government's backers and the secret instigation of schemers. In the end, killing people was not fun, and dying was not fun. However, at the border of Liangmang, it would be very easy for people to die. Moreover, it would be as fast as the speed of arrows and iron hooves. After killing the 1,600 suicidal Chang cavalrymen, under the leadership of Wang Lingbao and the two captains, the Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry's warhorses slowed down and sped up in a rhythmic manner. In this way, the warhorses could fully unleash the second wave of momentum to ensure an effective pursuit. This was the invisible difference between a famous general on the battlefield and a mediocre general. War, especially a local battle, naturally required 10,000 men to fight against 1,000 men. However, it also required generals like Wang Lingbao who were familiar with the rules of the battlefield. Without the former, the battle would be more difficult, but without the latter, there would only be defeat. About half a li away, General Jin Cheng was completely dumbfounded. However, this middle-aged Chang cavalryman, who was more experienced than Ku Yi, did not hesitate at all. Without saying a word, he led the Chang cavalry in an arc and retreated. The reason why they did not stop and flee was because the Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry, whose fighting strength was negligible, did not allow them to waste even a little bit of their fighting strength. Wang Lingbao calculated the distance between the two sides and the warhorse's speed. He squeezed his horse's belly and wanted to go to Su Longxiang's side to tell him his thoughts. However, this young commander of the Longxiang army had already raised his arm and made a simple hand gesture that everyone in the Beiliang frontier army knew. Quickly stop him. Su Longxiang, who had not displayed much fighting strength in the previous charge, had only used his war blade to kill 3 Chang cavalrymen. He had only chopped off their heads. When Wang Lingbao saw the commander jump up high and abandon his horse, he began to run with his blade in tow. Wang Lingbao laughed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Our commander really makes one feel helpless. After Su Longxiang made that hand gesture, the dragon elephant cavalry that had been purposely maintaining an orderly formation finally changed. The more than 400 cavalrymen charged out of the army in an instant. These elite cavalrymen decisively followed the war god commander in their hearts to kill the remaining 7,000 Chang cavalrymen. The aristocratic families were particular about the fact that the country could be destroyed, but the legacy of the family name could not be destroyed. However, for an army, the backbone supported by countless martyrs could not be broken. The backbone of the Beiliang cavalry, it would rather be broken. As for whether or not the Beimang had the ability to break this backbone, they would have to kill each other. As Su Longxiang ran faster and faster, a giant black tiger rushed to his side. Then, the 400 cavalrymen behind the black-clothed youth and the 2,000 dragon elephant cavalry saw an extremely strange scene. Su Longxiang bent down without slowing down, his hands grabbing the 2 legs of the black tiger. His body spun, and just like that, he smashed the black tiger into the center of the Chang cavalrymen. After the giant black tiger crashed into the ground, it continued to roll. Dust was kicked up from the ground. Countless mud-like corpses, and a large number of people were thrown off their horses. Scarface and Wang Lingbao's mouth could not help but twitch. Those fellows that were smashed would definitely be in a lot of pain. When the 400 fast riders at the front were about to catch up to the tail of the Chang cavalry, Wang Lingbao glanced at the large crater that was created by the black tiger's explosion. On the mashed-up corpses, large flowers of blood bloomed. Chapter 1280. The first year of Xiangfu, early winter. Near the city of Liangzhou, a delicate and pretty girl in thin clothes and a young monk in a shabby kasaya were walking together. Stupid Nanbei, we're almost at Liangzhou. Why am I getting more and more nervous? It's almost as nervous as the first time I peeked at the love letter that the vixen at the foot of the mountain wrote to my father. You're nervous when you're close to home. Anyway, Su Fengyan's home is half your home. A monk is pleading for you. Aren't you afraid that the Buddha living in the Western paradise will drown you with a sneeze? Master still has his wife. I don't see him being afraid of wind, rain, or thunder. Stupid Nanbei, we don't even have a copper coin to buy beautiful rouge and face powder this time. Will he think that I'm getting uglier and uglier? How can he? This is your promise. If it's not like this when the time comes, I'll beat you up. Amitba, stupid Nanbei, let me ask you a question. You Buddhists, stop. Lizzie, your home is my home. What do you mean, you Buddhists? I was picked up by Master and brought up the mountain. It was Master's wife who helped me shave my hair. Master's wife said that I was crying at that time. Look, how old was I at that time? I already knew that I didn't want to be a monk. Okay. Just answer me directly. Why do Buddhists say that the heart is all prajna? Then, are those bodhisattvas great wishes a kind of obsession? If so, how can there be hope to become a Buddha? Well, Lizzie, why don't I answer you after I become a Buddha and burn the Saraira? Is this how you used to preach to those big and small baldies? No wonder the old abbot always likes to owe copper coins. Mother asked me to urge him, but the old abbot always laughed bitterly as if he had eaten something bad. It must be that the old abbot dislikes your preaching. Stupid Nanbei, why are you crying? Can you be a little more promising? The old abbot has become a Buddha, not dead. Cry when you cry, laugh when you laugh, eat when you eat, sleep when you sleep, and recite when you recite. When the wooden fish rings, I am Buddha. This is what my master taught me. Come on, how stupid are you? You can't even comprehend Buddhism. If you become a Buddha, who will be willing to believe in Buddhism in the future? By the way, stupid Nanbei, speaking of the wooden fish, why haven't I seen my father let you knock it? My family doesn't have it either. That's true, but our stingy neighbor, Baldy Hui Nung, did hide a very precious wooden fish. I heard from my mother that it was carved from the wudong tree of Shishu. If you hit it with all your might, you could hear it from dozens of miles away. Are you serious? Of course not. Once, Master's wife wanted to go down the mountain to buy a set of clothes that she liked for a long time. Coincidentally, Master didn't have any extra money, so he took me out to hide from Master's wife and secretly met with Abbot Hui Nung to drink. Abbot Hui Nung drank happily and sat on the ground holding the wooden fish for most of the night. At that time, I stood outside the door to keep a lookout for them. I didn't feel that the wooden fish was very loud. Actually, Master's wife was thinking about the value of the wooden fish. Once, when Master's wife saw me washing clothes, she let it slip. She said that, in the future, she must bring the wooden fish home and then give it to you as a dowry. How impressive! My mother! No wonder every time my mother saw Baldy Hui Nung a few years ago, she would ask him how old he was. Alas, fortunately, my mother only wandered around the small town at the foot of the mountain and never went into the Jianghu. Otherwise, which young master would be willing to pay attention to her? Anyway, Master is watching over Master's wife, and Master's wife isn't willing to go into the Jianghu. Besides, Master's wife always said that the women at the foot of the mountain are either tigresses that eat people without spitting out their bones or foxes that only have skin but not brains. Especially that Great Peace City, the streets are full of shameless and indecent women. It has always been Master's forbidden area. How can Master's wife be at ease with Master? Otherwise, Master's wife wouldn't have followed Master to the capital this time, right? Wu Nanbei, do you believe that I won't tell my mother? Amit Ba, Master, no wonder you don't talk back every time Master's wife scolds you. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. I kind of understand. Stupid Nanbei, what are you muttering about? On the road, the young girl puffed up her cheeks and clenched her fists as if she was knocking on the wooden fish. Dong, 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 when the wooden fish sounds, I am Buddha. Yaya yia, dong, dong, dong. The young monk secretly turned his head and snickered. On this day, the sun was warm. As the center of Beimang's southern dynasty, Shijing City was originally called Good Son-in-Law City. It was once just a normal city. With the influx of scholars from the north, it gradually had deep and secluded courtyards in Jiangnan. It had thick black tiles and white walls in the style of respecting one's ancestors. It had the private library of an aristocratic family that cultivated and studied. It had the unfamiliar sounds of reading, elegant high hats and broad belts, beautiful women's long dresses that dragged on the ground, and all kinds of food that dazzled the locals. Good Son-in-Law City became more and more prosperous day by day until it became Beimang's auxiliary capital. With continuous expansion, there was a court where the local nobles and foreign scholars each occupied half of the country. There was a system of 3 provinces and 6 departments. There were many talents, and it was beautiful. With the passage of more than 20 years, this city seemed to have grown from a thin little girl into a plump, beautiful woman. Then, on this imperial road that was slightly more deserted than usual, a group of people walked slowly. The leader was an old woman. The old woman's age was naturally not something that New Shijing City could compare with. The old woman, with an old fox fur draped over her shoulders, was followed by an old Confucian scholar. Further behind, there was a middle-aged swordsman with a sword and a burly man in his 50s walking side by side. The old woman suddenly chuckled softly and said, "I heard that our war god met that family of 3 at Mount Hui, but they didn't fight." The old man in the green shirt nodded. Chapter 1281. The old woman lamented, "Is there a fragrance outside the walls? Why are the 2 people I admire heading to Liang? One of them dared to charge to the foot of the imperial capital's walls alone and meet my gaze. The other one is a sect by himself. If I remember correctly, this sect with only one person is ranked higher than the princess's grave and your chess and sword music school, right? If they are willing to stay in Beimang, forget it, let's not talk about it." The chess and sword music school had 4 masters at its peak, although Huang Baozhu, or the devil Luo Yang, had betrayed Beimang. Hong Jingyan was already the leader of the Ruren cavalry. Sword Qi Jin and the ancestor of the bronze statue were also among the top masters in Beimang. Who in the world would dare to underestimate the chess and sword music school? The old man who looked like a shabby old scholar smiled. If that wasn't the case, wouldn't the Jianghu be a lot less fun? The old woman turned to look at the middle-aged man with a sword. "Huang Qing, do you have a chance of winning against that person?" She wasn't asking about his chances of winning, but whether he had a chance of winning. The person who was asked nodded. Although the answer wasn't a pleasant surprise, it wasn't to the extent of disappointing the old woman. Huang Qing's real name was Sun Xiaopu. The chess and sword music school's name was Sword Qi Jin, and he was also Hong Jingyan's master. Because of the Liang dynasty's ridicule of the Beimang sword forest's lack of manpower, some people even declared that no one in Beimang could talk about the way of the sword. Because of this, he changed his name to Huang Qing. The old woman, who could make Sword Qi Jin her retainer, was obvious. This aging female eagle had been flying in the sky above all the other eagles in the grassland for far too long. The 4 of them walked into the palace of Shijing. Then, under the careful guidance of the eunuch from the ceremony directorate, only Empress Murong and the prefect of peace entered a secluded attic. Inside the attic, there was a grayish-black, hornless dragon, vat made of an unknown material. The vat was less than half a person's height, but it was so huge that it occupied most of the attic's main hall. Empress Murong placed her hands on the cool rim of the round vat, squinting her eyes as she looked at the clear water in it. This vat was called Slumber. Only after she had usurped the throne did someone secretly enter the palace to report to her that there was a dragon hibernating at the bottom of the vat. At a glance, he couldn't tell if there was a flood dragon, but the scene in his line of sight was already strange enough. There was no wind or waves. The surface of the water was clearly still, but it was uneven everywhere. If one were to look carefully, one could vaguely see that there were many small carps of different colors floating in the water. Empress Murong raised her head and looked around. Other than the prefect of peace beside her, there were only 9 people in the room. Among them, there was the immortal Nan Ming, who was second only to the state preceptor Yuan Qingshan endowed sect, the most secretive qi cultivator in Beimang, and the astrologer Yelu Guanzhu, whose ancestors had been predicting the future for the Beimang royal family. Even Huang Songpu, the former king of the southern courtyard in the southern dynasty, had not seen the 9 real hermits who had lived here for decades. As for the other dignitaries in the southern dynasty, they did not expect to see them. They probably did not know that there was such a strange attic in western capital, such an inexplicable vat, and so many strange people gathered here. Empress Murong asked softly, "Where is Zhao Dun, the Prince of Liang, who said that he would not attend the court because he was unwell?" Immortal Nanming, who had a head full of white hair but a face as tender as a child, walked to Empress Murong's side with a thin purple bamboo pole. He extended the pole and gently drew a small circle at a spot 2 feet above the water surface. The 100-year-old elder immortal of Dowd's sect, whose voice was no different from a child's, said crisply, "Judging from the position, Zhao Dun has indeed secretly patrolled the border, as the spider web reported." Empress Murong's finger lightly tapped the edge of the vat and sneered, "He's only at the age of knowing his destiny. He's going to die in front of an old woman like me. How pitiful." The surroundings were silent. No one dared to answer. She asked again, "Other than the little thing representing Chen Zhibao that suddenly grew a dragon claw, is there anything else worth mentioning?" Immortal Nan Ming used the purple bamboo pole to point at a spot a little further south than before. Zhang Julu's tail fell 4 feet into the vat and is about to sink to the bottom. The old woman laughed. "What a Liang dynasty's deer that committed suicide." At this moment, the place that the old immortal Nanming was pointing at should be Great Peace City. After immortal Qilin's ascension, the new sect master of Dowd's sect was expressionless. He moved the pole and pointed at the northwest direction. "Sufingyan is still around Huayang Pass." Suddenly, a small black carp, less than 2 inches long, jumped out of the water. Then, it didn't fall back to its original position. Instead, it shifted slightly to the west. Empress Murong frowned. "This is—" Immortal Nan Ming still used his childish voice to say unhurriedly, "It's Su Longxiang." Some martial artists who haven't entered the celestial phenomenon realm but are blessed with providence will be indistinct even if they occupy a spot in the vat, unless their qi leaks too much. It's even more so for those qi cultivators who are good at restraining their qi. But once they leak the secrets of heaven, it's hard for them to escape the net of justice. As for those who are close to earth immortals, their natal fish will even disturb the water in the vat. For example, Wudong sect master Li Yufu. Previously, this person caused the secrets of heaven to tremble, causing the vat's water to overflow. Anything else? Yes, Huang Longshi, Tantai Pingjing, and Xie Feiyu. The 3 people who originally had the most vague clues have shown signs one after another. Then Chao Changqing. Since he became the scholarly sage, he naturally jumped out of the vat. Empress Murong thought for a moment and said to herself, "Could it be that Lu Gui's main force has already encountered the Long Xiang army?" Immortal Nan Ming hesitated and shook his head. "No, Su Longxiang should have gone to the west of Azure City and encountered the Chang cavalry." The old woman's face was gloomy, but it soon relaxed. "Anyway, you have 2 sons." The imperial decree of peace guessed what Empress Murong was thinking and said calmly, "Since there's a flaw, we can let Huang Qing and Copper Man assassinate Su Longxiang. Such an opportunity will be hard to come by in the future." The old woman pressed her thumb on the edge of the vat and asked, "Can they make it in time?" The old scholar who was the imperial tutor of Beimang smiled and said, "Let them rush there as fast as possible. After that, it'll depend on their luck." The old woman smiled and said, "Then let's give it a try." The imperial decree of peace turned around and walked out of the room without hesitation to instruct Huang Qing. The old woman asked and answered her own question. If it succeeds, will there still be a war in Liuzhou after so many rounds of scheming? No. Chapter 1282. The Hall of Merit had the diligent room, which was different from the Imperial College. It was for the children of the Zhao family to study, because the legitimate princes, other than the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, had to be conferred the title of Prince of the Eastern Palace. The diligent room was where the children of the Prince of the capital studied. A small number of descendants of officials who were conferred the title of Marquis were also allowed to enter this place, which was known as the Little Imperial Study. The diligent room had the two positions of junior tutor and junior tutor leading the study of politics. In addition, there were more than 20 teachers with high status who taught the Confucian classics and were personally appointed by the emperor to be the personal teacher of a certain prince or descendant. All of them were great writers of the dynasty. Occasionally, there would be a knowledgeable and highly respected dahuang who would enter to give a lecture. That group of dragon sons and grandsons, as well as the children of nobles and nobles, entered the diligent room at the age of rushing into the age. Every day they would study for 10 hours, day after day, year after year, all the way until they were married and conferred nobility. Regardless of whether it was winter or summer, they studied without stopping. This tradition had been unshakable for the past 20 years, from the previous emperor to the current emperor. Moreover, the rules of the diligent room were complex and extremely strict. The students who entered the room did not hold a fan in summer or add charcoal in winter. Regardless of their status, they had to bow to the teachers they met on the way. If they made a minor mistake, they would be punished with a bamboo punishment. If the current emperor wrote a couplet, stand with sincerity, learn the truth, and hung it on both sides. Other than the obscure prince Zhao Kai, all of the children, including the crown prince Zhao Zhuan and the eldest prince Zhao Wu, had spent a long time in the diligent room. If the position of junior tutor and junior tutor was said to be extraordinary and was expected to be conferred the title of Marquis, then the teachers of the diligent room were worthy of being called the emperor's teacher. As for the two positions of junior tutor and junior tutor, they had always been empty. The two masters of the Song family had dominated the literary world for 30 years, but they still could not obtain this position. The previous junior tutor, Ma Rong, was the teacher of the previous emperor and the current emperor. He was not well known outside of the capital, but 4 years ago, when Ma Rong died of illness, the emperor and the empress personally went to the mourning hall of the Ma family to wear mourning clothes and keep vigil for a night. After Ma Rong's death, the positions of junior tutor and junior protector were empty. The nobles of Tai and city all thought that Qi Yanglong, who had just entered the capital, would temporarily assume the position of junior protector as a transitional position between the past and the future, and then become the official leader of the Liang dynasty in one fell swoop. However, a young man who didn't even have the qualifications to assume the position of junior protector abruptly barged into everyone's eyes and took the position of junior protector. This person had obtained the title of Jinshi at the tail end of the Yong Hui era, but he was far less eye-catching than the top three. He had entered the Hanlin Academy and served as the Yellow Gatekeeper, but he was also lukewarm. It wasn't until he became the daily librarian of the Imperial Study in the Forbidden City that he received a few more glances from the important figures in the capital. However, that was all. Later on, this person was quietly promoted to the Minister of Meritorious Contributions Department, assisting the Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, and his old superior, Prime Minister Yi Mao-chun. He had successively participated in the imperial investigations and the local grade evaluations, two major events that were enough to determine the status of a fourth-rank official in Liang. This scholar, who could be considered a young man in the imperial court, was the one who truly made people speechless. In the imperial investigations that were held once every 3 years, this person still didn't reveal himself. However, in the South grade evaluations, this person was truly vicious and merciless, removing the official status of the governor of Pingzhou and 6 county governors in one fell swoop. It had only been 3 months, and he was quickly transferred back to the capital. Otherwise, everyone in the court believed that this person would have died on the way to the south. So much so that when he became the diligent junior protector of the house, most people were numb to it. This person's path of promotion in the officialdom was too obscure, leaving no opportunity for people to give him a cold shoulder. In the end, people only knew that he had married a nameless princess a few years ago, and that she was a relative of the imperial family. In the imperial court, he had never participated in the struggle between factions, nor was he close to civil and military officials. He had never interacted with the eunuchs in the palace, not even once drinking wine with prostitutes. There were very few people who wanted to get to the bottom of things, and after they learned the truth, they became more and more confused. This person was actually from Baelyang. Originally, it was already very surprising that the court had produced Jean Sanlang, who had made a meteoric rise. Unexpectedly, this person's fame was even greater than that. It should be known that Jean Lanting's path of promotion could not be said to be glorious. It was said that first, he had relied on a recommendation letter from the old Prince Liang to enter the officialdom in the capital. Later, he had squeezed his way into the government through the elegant tricks of Lanting Shuxian. And as a fellow countryman of the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, he had a clean background, and his path of promotion was open and clean. Even though he had married a princess, there had not been any rumors of a husband depending on his wife's status. And over the years, he had held several positions in the capital, whether it was the short-term Huangmen of the Hanlin Academy, the long-term Eastern Palace assistant lecturer, or the even shorter-term household assistant manager. He had always been a scholar who was quite close to the imperial family. It was likely that even if he were to shout on the streets that he was from Baelyang, no one would be willing to believe him. He was a scholar born in Baelyang, Chunwang. Of course, nowadays, everyone in the capital should respectfully address him as Chun Xiaobao. Today, in the diligent room, it was only 4:45 in the morning. The sky was still dusky, but the sound of reading could already be heard. The diligent room was divided into upper, middle, and lower rooms. Generally speaking, 6 to 9 years old were in the lower room, 10 to 15 years old were in the middle room, and 15 years old and above were in the upper room. Among them, the age of the women was calculated separately. Only when the men and women were married and had obtained the approval of the teachers could they withdraw from the school. Today was Confucian Day. In each of the 3 rooms, there was an elder reading the classics of the Confucian sage Zhang Sheng. The degree of difficulty was naturally different. Outside the lower room of the diligent room stood a young scholar wearing a purple robe and a mutton-fat jade belt bestowed by the emperor. He looked at the young children who were shaking their heads and doing their best to recite the classics. According to the rules set by the previous emperor, they were not allowed to wear a marten hat or fur coat in the room. The winter cold was bone-piercing. At this time, there was only a small copper stove placed under the teacher's desk. Most of the children, who were born with the same surname as the country, were no different from the children of poor families attending private schools. Most of their cheeks were frozen red, and their hands and feet were trembling. Taking advantage of the time when the teacher was reading, they hurriedly lowered their heads and blew a mouthful of hot air on their frozen fingers. Outside the room, in addition to this scholar who was dressed in special clothes and was quite unfamiliar to the eyes of ordinary people, there was also an old eunuch in the palace who was allowed to wear a red python robe. He stood outside carefully. The old eunuch was a little absent-minded and did not notice the arrival of the scholar. This was not surprising. He said that he had to keep an eye on the diligent room in case of accidents. But he had been standing here for more than 10 years. He had changed 7 or 8 robes. After more than 10 years, the affairs of the palace had always been strict. So how could there be any accidents? No matter how they acted outside after coming of age, the domineering children of the Zhao family all stood respectfully like him when they were studying, while they sat there obediently reading and reciting books. Even famous princes and princesses like Zhao Wu and Zhao Fenya had to tuck their tails between their legs after entering the diligent room and sitting down. The old eunuch looked outside the room and saw that a large red lantern had been hung on a branch in the courtyard after winter. He sighed quietly. He had heard that it was not peaceful outside. The remaining evildoers of the Guangling underworld had found a little girl surnamed Jiang from somewhere and revived the country just like that. Many of the old fellows in the palace who had escaped from the West Chu imperial palace back then were now trembling in fear. When they were free, they did not even dare to drink a few mouthfuls of wine, saying that they were afraid that others would misunderstand them and think that they were drowning their sorrows in wine. It seemed that the barbarians in the West were also not peaceful. If the big barbarian Bei Meng wanted to make trouble, the small barbarian Beiliang also wanted to make trouble. He could be considered to have seen some storms in his life, but he just could not understand why these fellows did not want to live a peaceful life. Why did they have to make trouble blindly? Even that grand secretary was obsessed. Say, you, Bai Yen, are not even as old as me, a eunuch, but you have already achieved such a high position. Why are you still not satisfied? Isn't this clearly seeking your own death? For no reason. The old eunuch thought of the flowers and plants in the courtyard and could not help but sigh. He thought to himself, Grand Secretary, human lives were not like those plants. If they were gone this winter, they would be there again next spring. At this time, a small and tiptoeing figure appeared outside the courtyard. He bent over and trotted in. As a result, when he saw the old eunuch who looked like a door god, he immediately looked as if his parents had died. The old eunuch only dared to laugh in his heart. This little fellow was the grandson of Commandery Prince Feng. Although he was not the eldest grandson of the eldest branch, he was still very doted on. However, this child had always been a punching bag in the lower branch. After all, the title of Commandery Prince Feng could frighten people outside the palace, but here, no one took it seriously. In addition, the little fellow's body was weak and his temperament was soft. He was bullied all day long to the point that he did not dare to go home and complain to his elders. Even if he changed into a new pair of festive boots, they would be trampled into old ones by those naughty fellows. He looked at the child's sickly pale face and his pitiful appearance as he desperately covered his mouth to prevent himself from coughing, although the old eunuch felt sorry for him. A eunuch, did not dare to violate the rules set by the previous emperor. If he was late once, he would be punished with bamboo. If he was late twice, he would be demoted. If he was late 3 times, he would be demoted again. Until he had no more rank to demote, he would be directly expelled from the diligent room. About 10 years ago, in the hands of the emperor, there was a lawless old prince who was the only legitimate grandson. He was directly demoted to a commoner. The old eunuch stopped the sweaty grandson of Commandery Prince Feng. With a cold face, he said, "If I remember correctly, this is the 2nd time you have been late. You go in first. I will record it and send it to the imperial clan court." The child coughed and said intermittently, "Grandfather Liu, I really did not mean to be late. I have a cold." The old eunuch waved his hand. He was not willing to listen to the child's explanation. The royal family was not a big or small matter. This was the principle that the elders in the palace had taught the younger generation with countless bloody facts. He was only a servant. Why should he seek trouble for himself? Chapter 1283. It was at this moment that the old eunuch realized that there was a dazzling purple color beside him. He was shocked and even more shocked. After he came back to his senses and was about to bow, that person smiled and shook his head. The old eunuch, who was already the head eunuch of the palace, could only bow. The scholar in purple robes and jade belt walked to the old eunuch's side and grabbed the child's cold hand. He used a bit of force to pry open the child's fingers. only to discover that the child had coughed up blood. The scholar looked at the teary-eyed child and smiled gently. He rubbed the child's head and didn't say anything. He took the child's other hand and crossed the threshold of the lower room. The lecturer in the room was a famous literary figure from the Hamlin Academy. He glanced at the scholar's robes and then at the late child with a displeased expression. However, no matter how far this literary figure had distanced himself from the quarrels of officialdom, he was still somewhat afraid of the deep meaning of the purple robes. He stopped his recitation and reached out to grab a bamboo whip from the desk. With a straight face, he said to the child, "Zhao Li, stretch out your hand." The child was about to step forward to accept his punishment when the scholar, who was no older than 30, said in a warm voice, "Lecturer Han, Zhao Li isn't being naughty. He just caught a cold and coughed up blood at such a young age." Yet, he still insisted on entering the room to study. In the end, this is pardonable. The demotion from the imperial clan court is unavoidable, but can this bamboo punishment be waived? The old scholar snorted coldly. Waive the bamboo punishment? What kind of scandal is this? The scholar still smiled faintly and said, "The law is nothing more than human feelings." The old keeper cast a sidelong glance at this latecomer far above the rest junior and sneered, "Law, sentiment, and reason. Even Grand Chancellor Qi doesn't dare to say which of the three is more important. I wonder where did Lord Junior Guardian learn from?" Chun Wang, who was destined to become the first Lord Junior Guardian of the auspicious Talisman era, said calmly, "This junior is self-taught and has no teacher." However, Chun Wang secretly believes that as long as there is a reason in the world, there is no distinction between big and small. The Confucian sage Zhang said it, the emperor said it, and even the common people said it. Official Han sneered, "Then I'll have to ask one more question. This is a reason that anyone can say, but who can prove it?" Chun Wang laughed softly and said, "It's nothing more than the 4 words of the conscience of heaven and earth. The heaven is fair, the earth is sorrowful, and the two do not interfere with each other. Man is not a plant. How can he not be heartless? Man is not a beast. How can he not have compassion?" Official Han's face was ashen as he tightly gripped the bamboo whip that he had used to beat countless descendants of the dragon clan. "Other people might respect you and be a bit afraid of you, Chun Wang, but Han Yusheng, would not take you, a Bailiang barbarian, seriously." The keeper was just about to explode in anger when he noticed a rare guest standing by the door, clad in a bright yellow robe. He quickly put down his bamboo whip and rose to bow. The other children also rose to their feet and saluted. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Zhao Zhuan laughed heartily and said, "I've disturbed Scholar Han's teachings. Forgive me, forgive me. There is one thing I must explain to Scholar Han. Zhao Li's nephew was on his way to the diligent room when I stopped him and inquired about his well-being for a long time, causing him to be delayed. I will personally inform the Imperial Clan Court. As for the bamboo punishment, if Scholar Han is afraid of breaking the rules, I will take the punishment for Zhao Li. Furthermore, this child is suffering from a severe cold. I have to ask Han Yusheng for a leave of absence. Studying is important, but the body is even more important. We study, we study. It doesn't matter if we die from studying. Studying is a good thing, the more the better. But if we die from studying, then it won't be pretty." Han Yusheng hurriedly smiled and said, "Your Highness is too serious, too serious." With the Crown Prince pleading for leniency, Han Yusheng didn't dare to argue. He didn't feel that he was insulting the educated. He only felt that if Sage Zhang were alive, he would do the same. Well, didn't Qin Xiaobao say before that the law is nothing more than human feelings? Zhao Zhuan rubbed Zhao Li's little head and said with a smile, "Don't forget to ask your aunt for more sweets in the future." Then he let the old eunuch lead Zhao Li to find an imperial physician. He walked with Chen Wang on a dark path. After a moment of silence, he joked, "Chen Wang, it seems like you're not happy being the junior guardian." Chen Wang laughed and dismissed it. Zhao Xuan stopped and looked at this guy. He asked seriously, "It's said that a place's environment nurtures a place's people. You and our unyielding Jean Sanlang are both people of Bailiang. Why are you so different?" Chen Wang hesitated and shook his head. He said self-deprecatingly, "A place's environment also has its own differences. It seems that when Chen Wang, was practicing writing with firewood in the snow, the Right Chancellor was already thinking about how to develop high-quality rice paper." Zhao Xuan said helplessly, "With your personality, who would dare to let you be a local official?" This "who" obviously wasn't referring to him in general. It was referring to him, the crown prince who was supposed to be the regent of the country. Chen Wang smiled. "If I were to be sent out, I'd at most be a county magistrate. If my official hat was bigger, it wouldn't be stable." Zhao Xuan patted his shoulder. "Do you think I'm stupid to be willing to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Chen Wang didn't reply. Zhao Xuan suddenly asked, "How do you evaluate the Grand Secretary and Chancellor Qi?" Chen Wang didn't hold back and said straightforwardly, "Zhang Julu's personality is strict and fearsome, like the scorching summer. Qi Yanglong's personality is gentle and cute, like the warm winter day. No matter if it's their ability to govern the country or their personal integrity, they are close to saints. It's my honor to be able to be an official with them." Chapter 1284. Zhao Xuan sighed. "It's a pity that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers." Zhao Xuan quickly smiled. "The Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, may go to Guangling as the administrator. Do you have any thoughts about this empty position? Yin Maochun will definitely look down on this small temple, so you don't have to worry about competing with him." The Minister of Appointments, Zhao Yuling, the Minister of Rights, Bai Guo, and the Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, along with the Prime Minister, Yin Maochun, they were all once the favorite students of Grand Secretary Zhang Julu and Tananan. Now, only Wang Xiongui, who was publicly acknowledged as the least talented of the four scholars of Yonghui, was still persisting in supporting the facade. It sounded like even Wang Xiongui was going to leave and to become the Guangling administrator. The biggest joke in the world. Even a blind person would understand the meaning of the imperial court's words. To kill a flying tiger, first cut off its wings. Chen Wang only shook his head and said nothing. Zhao Xuan grunted and reflected, "I was too hasty. Not only did I not help you, I even made you the target of public criticism. You're halfway through a journey of 100 li." Zhao Xuan seemed to be talking to himself. "Father is secretly patrolling the borders. It doesn't seem like a good idea to drag it out and delay the court session." Chen Wang, who had once been evaluated by Ma Rong as being prudent and prudent, did not say these two words. However, Zhao Xuan looked at the dawn sky in the east, and his eyes were already burning. Regent! After Zhao Xuan withdrew his gaze, he was once again the gentle and gentlemanly crown prince. He smiled. "I heard that Mr. Yuan brought someone with him on his travels." Chen Wang asked, "Can I tell you?" Zhao Xuan smiled helplessly. "Why can't you and I talk about it? That person is the young phoenix of the Song family, Song Kelly, who is regarded as a fallen phoenix." Chen Wang asked doubtfully, "Isn't Song Kelly a county magistrate in a county north of Guangling? This person is quite accomplished in suppressing the bandits. This is an impressive achievement, but it was deliberately suppressed by the higher-ups." Zhao Xuan took a deep look at Chen Xiaobao. Then he smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into a line. He pointed at the cautious guy with his finger and said, "Keep pretending keep pretending. Others might not be aware of Mr. Yuan's plan, but how could Chen Wang not grasp the crux of the matter? The Song family was destroyed in an instant. No matter how it appeared on the surface or what it did behind the scenes, most of the old foxes in the first 5 or 6 rows of the imperial court actually saw one thing clearly, but those who could see two truths were really not many. Grand Secretary Darren and Yin Mao Chun are definitely 2 of them. Next, even if there is only one person left, it will definitely be you, Chen Wang. Chen Wang didn't admit anything, but he didn't deny anything either. Zhao Zhuan sighed softly. Yi Mao Chun, Bai Guo, and Song Dongming were all Mr. Yuan's Minister of Concealment candidates. Even if the latter 2 were eliminated, Yin Mao Chun should have been the next Grand Secretary, no matter how you look at it. Who would have thought that in the end, Song Kelly would quietly snatch the position from him? Chen Wang hesitated for a moment, then said, Mr. Yuan chose Song Kelly, but Grand Secretary Darren also made a choice. Zhao Zhuan was really confused about this matter. He asked curiously, it definitely wasn't Wang Xiongui, nor was it Zhao Yuling. Then who could it be? Chen Wang said calmly, the Minister of Rights, Bai Guo. Zhao Zhuan instinctively laughed. He clearly didn't believe this absurd statement. Bai Guo. Impossible, impossible. Even though Bai Guo has an excellent reputation throughout the court, and everyone in the capital's officialdom is close to him, I also admire this wanton and extremely talented Minister of Rights. But if you say that after more than a decade of careful selection, Zhang Julu finally chose Bai Guo, who had given up once, to be the next master of Guhat, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Chen Wang said calmly, I can't really beat you to death, Your Highness. Zhao Zhuan froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. In his mind, Chen Wang was a person like this old man, who would never joke. These words really opened his eyes. However, after laughing, Zhao Zhuan began to think deeply. In order to pave the way for him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his father had spared no effort and calculated everything. Among them, the one that gave his father the most headache and pain was undoubtedly the Minister of Rights, Green Eyes. After Zhao Zhuan acknowledged Grand Secretary Darren's contributions, he had absolutely no good impression of Zhang Julu. Before His Highness the Crown Prince, the 4th Prince, Zhao Zhuan, was extremely fearful of this Grand Secretary, who had no selfish desires even though he had the power to overturn the court. If Zhang Julu was only a scholarly sage who devoted himself to learning, he would at most be made into a statue by the court and placed on an altar beside Sage Zhang. It was very simple. However, Zhang Julu was different. He valued merit over learning. He was a typical powerful minister. In the depths of Zhao Zhuan's heart, he felt that Zhang Julu was a lifeless living dead. He wanted nothing more than to stay away from him. If Zhang Julu really did as Chen Wang said and chose his former favorite student Bai Guo to be his tombkeeper after his death, then Zhao Zhuan would have to carefully weigh the pros and cons. Song Kelly, who needed many years to mature, could be easily dealt with in the future even if Zhao Zhuan didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. This was just thinking about the future. This was because every new emperor was never afraid of any new officials. They were only afraid of those old officials. It was obvious that Bai Guo could become a great threat close at hand. This was the immediate worry. Chen Wang didn't disturb the Crown Prince's thoughts. After waiting for a while, seeing that he still hadn't come back to his senses, he quietly turned around and left. After a long time, Zhao Zhuan opened his arms and stretched. He turned his head and didn't see Chen Wang. Zhao Zhuan left alone. The sky was also bright. Chapter 1285. At the end of the first year of Xiangfu, the first snow suddenly fell. If it did not fall, it would be a heavy snowfall. However, compared to previous years, it was said that this year there were 70 to 80% fewer visitors in and out of Great Peace City. It would probably cause the scattered stalls to make less money. There were countless Zhang mansions in the capital, but there was one mansion that was undoubtedly unique. Whether it was a local official who went to the capital or a scholar who went abroad to study, as long as they casually asked the people in the capital where Zhang Mansion was, the latter would definitely not bother to ask which Lord Zhang it was, and would directly give the answer, even if it was snowing heavily, and the snow on the imperial path was so thick that it could not be swept clean. The court session still continued. Also, it was a sensitive time for the crown prince to be regent. Which official would have the guts to be late? But today, there was one person missing in the imperial court. Without him, everyone was shocked and absent-minded. Even the crown prince, who was in charge of supervising the country, appeared to be in a trance. This person who was absent from court for the first time did not ask for leave. It was as though he was telling the crown prince and all the civil and military officials a simple truth. If I am not coming, I am not coming. His Highness, the crown prince, ignored this. He did not have the chief eunuch go and ask about his well-being, nor did he fly into a rage. The Minister of Rights, by Gua, who could make a big fuss over a small matter, was the same. He acted as though nothing had happened. Some people wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, but after hesitating for a while, they did not dare. After all, even Third Jean had sewn his mouth shut today. This official who made the entire court session seem like it was not a court session was the Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. He and the emperor, who was patrolling the borders, were the most diligent people in the court. However, one was the first among the monarchs, and the other was the first among the officials. Zhang Julu was not feeling well today. After putting on the purple robes of the standard first rank, he suddenly did not want to attend morning court. Therefore, he did not go. This old man, whose sideburns were turning white, had been sitting under the eaves since early in the morning. He did not change into more comfortable and warm clothes. The old housekeeper of the mansion had brought in a simple stove made of bamboo strips and had added charcoal to the stove many times. In Zhang Julu's life, other than a few times when his good friend Tantanon forced him to drink a few cups or two, he almost never drank. He insisted that drinking would make things worse. However, with nothing to do today and nothing to do in the future, the old man still did not have the slightest intention of drinking. When it was close to noon, he carelessly ate some of the rough homemade pastries and continued to flip through the nameless poetry collection in his hands. Zhang Julu's ability to govern was outstanding in the world. Most likely, even those powerful political opponents who still had the strength to fight when he first started his career would not deny it against their will. However, Zhang Julu came from the Hanlin Academy. Other than the artistic essays he wrote when he was young that could be considered sloppy and had some talent, whether it was in memorials, the wording of his speech, and the words themselves, they were all dull and tasteless. After so many years, there was not a single good work of a famous teacher that was passed down. There were also no rumors that he favored a literary master, and no comments that added the finishing touch to a good work. From an outsider's point of view, the Grand Secretary seemed to have a natural resistance to writing. In reality, only Huanwen knew that his old friend Zhang Julu did not hesitate to write, but he would also fall in love with the good works of many scholars, especially the good sentences that added the finishing touch, whether it was the frontier poems, the resentment poems, or the sentimental poems, the funeral essays. They all had their own preferences. They were all collected in that self-edited poetry collection. For example, the Takaoka Ouyang family's memorial to their father in Shangyin Academy, the Chu War Declaration that Zhao Chongling personally carried the sword in the Battle of the Western Wall, and so on. Zhang Julu would occasionally flip through them. Among them was Huang Longshi's The Yellow River runs for more than 1,000 miles to the north. The air of grievance turns into black clouds. There was also that line by that person who had been scolded as Mei Su Mei Liang. Back then, there is no war in the horizon. The energy of war dissipates into the sun and moonlight. There was also a famous palace resentment line from an unknown person in the previous dynasty. Outsiders do not see a smile. The heavenly treasures last year's is a gift for the world. Su Weisheng's took up a lot of space among the 300 or so. Even some of the poems that Su Fengnian had clearly bought with a large sum of money were included. This was probably the so-called magnanimity of the prime minister. The old steward suddenly jogged up the steps and said in a low voice, "Old master, the young master has come." Zhang Julu was slightly puzzled, but did not say anything. While his son and daughter-in-law feared him, as a father, he was not unreasonable to the point that his children were not allowed to disturb him. However, the eldest son and second son had soft personalities and were somewhat pedantic from a young age. After they got married and started their careers, the two daughters-in-law came from a small family. If not for the Grand Secretary's blessing of having two grandchildren, they would not dare to come here and ask for trouble. The youngest son, Zhang Bianguan, was an anomaly among the three sons. His personality was the most stubborn, but his relationship with the Zhang manor was also the most rigid. It was as if father and son would never have any contact with each other. For Zhang Bianguan to take the initiative to walk into this manor was indeed like the sun rising from the west. Although Zhang Julu's face was expressionless, he still unconsciously glanced in the direction of the courtyard gate. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How many fathers in the world truly loathed their own sons? Chapter 1286. Zhang Bianguan was still as sloppy as ever. He ran into the yard with an item in his hand that was not commonly seen in the capital. It was a small copper stove made of bamboo that was popular in the countryside of Jiangnan. Inside, there was a charcoal fire covered in ash for warmth. The elderly all liked to carry this item when they went out for a walk or chatted at home. The ancestral home of the Zhang family was south of the Guangling River. Before Zhang Julu made a name for himself in the imperial examinations, he often used this when he was studying hard. After all, compared to a large stove, it saved a lot of charcoal fire. Even poor families could use it if they gritted their teeth. After he became famous in the capital, only his grandfather, who had moved to Tian City to live out his retirement, occasionally used it. Who knew where Zhang Bianguan had gotten such an old antique from? Zhang Bianguan asked the steward for some new charcoal to pour into the stove. He also shoveled some ash from the large bamboo stove under Zhang Julu's feet. Crouching on the ground, he finished fiddling with it and handed it to Zhang Julu. Zhang Julu was startled. He took it and placed it on his lap. With one hand holding the book and the other holding the stove, the warmth immediately increased. Zhang Bianguan asked for a small stool from the steward and grumbled endlessly. "How old are you? You don't know how to admit your old age. You insist on admiring the snow outside and reading to act like a hero." The steward smiled knowingly and left. These words could only be said by the young master. The other two young masters would never dare to say such things. The old master only needed to give them a slightly impatient glance, and the two young masters, who only knew how to bury themselves in books, would tremble in fear. Even in the summer, it was as if they were walking on thin ice. Zhang Bianguan used an iron pincer to stir the charcoal fire in the stove and said to himself, "I heard from the marketplace that your words as the Grand Secretary are becoming more and more useless today. Many 5th and 6th level minor officials dare to be sloppy, other than Wang Xionggui's Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Rights, which can be considered honest, the Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of War, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Justice all have countermeasures against Zhang Bianguan's policies. Especially the Hanlin Academy and Imperial College. Every few days, the noble officials and scholars will come up with a few new poems that borrow from the past to satirize the present. There are even some who say that the emperor is patrolling the borders. Earlier, he went to Liao to clean up the corruption case between the internal and external courts. Now he is going to Jizhou to overturn the case of the Han family. If you want to talk about it, even a basket of them won't be enough. Zhang Julu calmly asked. Didn't you also say that right now it's just some low-level officials who are stirring up trouble? Zhang Bianguan placed his hands on the stove to warm the fire. He didn't even raise his head. Gusts of cold wind rise from underground. If we don't stop it in time, when the evil rain falls on our heads, can we still be saved? Zhang Julu impatiently said, That's it. If you're done, you can leave. Zhang Bianguan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red as he asked, This time, I actually want to talk about two things. First, there was an imperial censor who accused my eldest brother of embezzling fertile land and my second brother of cheating in the imperial examination. Others are cursing you, the Grand Secretary. I don't care, and I don't have the ability to interfere. But why do you have to treat my two brothers so lowly? You clearly have the ability to interfere, so why do you have to swallow your anger? Even if the ending is the same, and I'm just a pile of mud, who doesn't care? Can't you let my two brothers die a bit more honorably? Zhang Julu calmly said, Your second brother cheated in the imperial examination. He said that the 6th place in the provincial examination had an improper origin. Although I didn't incite him to do anything back then, if you think about it carefully, it can be considered true. After all, the chief examiner appointed by the emperor at that time was my disciple. With your second brother's craftsmanship, although it wouldn't be difficult for him to pass the provincial examination, to obtain the title of the chief examiner was no different from a fool's dream. As for your eldest brother embezzling fertile land, Zhang Bianguan angrily said, My eldest brother, that bookworm, and my eldest sister-in-law, every time they come to the residence, they wear the exact same clothes and jewelry that can be considered valuable. How can they compete with the common people? For the sake of his reputation, your Grand Secretary has never taken a look at eldest brother's official residence. I, Zhang Bianguan, have been there countless times. I know better than anyone what kind of poor life eldest brother and sister-in-law lead. Zhang Julu interrupted his youngest son's words and calmly said, In the 8th year of Yonghui, I indeed helped your eldest brother purchase 300 mu of fertile land. My method was not honorable, but your eldest brother has always been kept in the dark. Zhang Bianguan was stunned. Then tears immediately gushed out of his eyes. He muttered to himself, Why is this? Why do you even have to scheme against your own son? Zhang Julu looked at the snow in the courtyard. It was a vast expanse of white. No one had swept it away for half a day. Perhaps it was knee-deep. He softly said, The so-called spring of Yonghui, all the officials in the imperial court are well aware. In the future, those who stand side by side will mostly come from humble families. Zhang Julu put down the book and stood up. He carried the small stove with both hands and muttered to himself, The rule of humble families having no noble children has already been broken. The significance is great. Compared to the past when the great Emperor Qin established the Qin dynasty, the wandering scholars were no longer rootless duckweeds. However, in the past 800 years, everyone has deeply experienced the advantages and disadvantages of the noble families. In that case, in the next 800 years, will those poor scholars who have jumped over the Dragon's Gate today reflect on themselves? How much will they reflect on themselves? Poor scholars suddenly become rich and powerful. In the morning, they become field salaried workers. In the evening, they ascend to the hall of heaven. Do you really think that anyone can control their own hearts in the dyed vat of officialdom? It is precisely these barefooted people who stand at a high position. Once they do evil, they have no bottom line. Zhang Julu smiled and said, "This door was opened by me, Zhang Julu." Then, looking at me, Zhang Julu, the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court, who has been in power for 20 years, I have lost my reputation because of the corruption of my descendants. Does this count as giving a dose of refreshing medicine to the poor scholars and officials who have ascended to the Imperial Court in the future? Chapter 1287. Zhang Bian. Guan slowly raised his head. With tears streaming down his face, he said in a trembling voice, "Father, you are always so high and far-sighted, saying the loudest words under the heavens, doing the boldest things under the heavens. But have you forgotten to turn around and look down at us, your children?" Zhang Julu did not turn his head to look at his youngest son. He sneered and said, "What, are you afraid?" That's right. Who in this world is not afraid of death? Even those upright officials who frequently ask their families to prepare coffins and then generously go to their deaths are also afraid of death. For some reason, I thought of an interesting matter. Some of the officials who had been thrown into the imperial prison were not afraid of death, but they were more afraid of dying without knowing why. Almost all of them used charcoal pens to write suicide letters on the walls of the prison. Perhaps the common people did not know that a charcoal pen in the imperial prison cost several hundred taels of silver to buy. For the poorer ones, it was not a problem for them. Dipping their fingers in blood, they were still able to write a letter in blood that was both praiseworthy and tragic. Your eldest brother is inflexible. He cannot do this kind of thing that can accumulate prestige the most. Your second brother is slightly more clever. If he is lucky enough to become an upright and noble official, he would not dare to do it even if he wanted to. As for you, Zhang Bianguan, you probably feel it is beneath your dignity to do it. Zhang Bianguan stood up and snatched the small stove from Zhang Julu's hands. He fiercely smashed it into the snowy ground below the steps. The raging charcoal fire that rolled out of the stove quickly dissipated. Zhang Julu did not care about this son's disobedient behavior, not to mention licking his children's affection. He even wanted to personally serve his son's 3 bowls of death rice. Even if his son wanted to beat him, the Grand Secretary, a few times, it did not seem to be a big deal. Zhang Julu slowly turned his head, looking at his ashen-faced youngest son. He asked, "Do you really think your eldest brother and second brother do not know the situation of the imperial court at all? Do you really think they do not know the fate of the entire Zhang family? Only you, Zhang Bianguan, can be smart all your life, but they can't be smart for once?" Zhang Julu retracted his gaze and sneered, "Then you are too self-righteous. Among my sons, you, Zhang Bianguan, are the most thoughtful. But your 2 brothers are pedantic. But how can they be stupid? They have been influenced by the political situation for so many years. No matter how pure their thoughts are, they have long been enlightened." Zhang Bian, Guan squatted down and murmured, "Back then, you insisted that our 3 sons could only marry women from small families. You were waiting for this day, right? If she was a woman from a noble family, she would implicate many people. When the time comes when His Majesty the Emperor wants to kill people, he will also be overcautious. You really are a rarely seen Grand Secretary with a conscience, not making things difficult for the monarch sitting on the dragon throne. Eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law can both be considered to be good at managing their families. These years, their families can be considered to have benefited from the Zhang family's glory, profiting greatly in the open and in the dark, vaguely becoming a large family in the local counties. You even made an exception and turned a blind eye to this. Hey, you are doing this to make your conscience feel a bit better, right? Zhang Julu did not say anything. Zhang Bian, Guan rubbed his cheeks. He looked at the small stove left behind by his grandfather in the snow and said quietly, "Father, in order to become a good official from the very beginning at my grandparents' side, you were not a good son. Then you were not a good husband. Then, when you came to our side, you were not a good father. In the end, you were not even a good grandfather. Was it really worth it?" Zhang Julu raised his hands and blew out a mouthful of fog. He smiled and said, "A good official?" Zhang Julu was in a daze. He still remembered that his best friend Tantanon had once said some drunken words. To him, it was easy to be a loyal and treacherous official. It was easy to be an honest and muddle-headed official. But it was the most difficult to be a good official sandwiched between the monarch and the common people. It was difficult to explain clearly in a few words. It was already very difficult to control the monarch's world, and it was even more difficult to win a good reputation in life or in death. Zhang Julu suddenly said, "When I was young, I read an anonymous frontier fortress poem. In it, there was a line, riding a horse to the west, wanting to reach the sky, passing Qi to the west, feeling that the sky is low. I was especially fascinated. I always thought that if one day the official career was not successful, at worst I would just throw away the pen and join the army. I would go and see with my own eyes the scenery of the vast wilderness and the sky at the border. That way, my life would not be in vain. But later, when the official career was stable after your mother gave birth to you, she gave you the name Bien Guan." For some reason, Zhang Bien Guan calmed down a lot. He squeezed out a smile and said self-mockingly, "Because of this unworthy name, I have been ridiculed for so many years by the group of second generation in the capital. They said that you, the Grand Secretary, should have been named Zhang Taiyan or Zhang Jingcheng." Zhang Julu smiled and walked down the steps. He bent down to pick up the small stove. He picked up the iron tongs and put some charcoal into the fire. He handed it back to the young son and said softly, "I know that your hearts have been cold for many years. Father can't do anything." Zhang Bien Guan was stunned and forgot to speak. Zhang Julu waved his hand and asked the steward to bring a small stool. After sitting down, he asked, "The reason for this trip, is it because Man Air asked for a letter of divorce from you? Do you feel that you can't vent your anger? You have been with the chicken and the dog for so many years, but at this juncture, she abandoned you and left. Do you feel like husband and wife are birds in the same forest and fly away separately in the face of disaster?" Zhang Bien Guan, who was asked several questions in a row, shook his head and said, "I don't mind her doing this." Zhang Julu wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he just said, "Don't be angry at her. Among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Zhang family, she has it the hardest. It's hard for her to be an evil person. She is such a smart and kind girl. Our Zhang family has let her down." Zhang Bien Guan looked straight at his father. The latter asked back, "Do you understand?" Zhang Bien Guan suddenly remembered something and suddenly choked with sobs. When a woman is ruthless, she is the most ruthless. When a woman is infatuated, she is the most deeply moved. Zhang Bien Guan seemed to have untied the knot in his heart and nodded vigorously. Chapter 1288. Zhang Julu smiled and asked that Tantanon always said that even if one has eternal fame, it is not as good as a cup of wine when one was alive. In the past, I did not believe it. Why don't the 2 of us drink a few cups today? Naturally, Zhang Bien Guan would not refuse. Thus, the most powerful official in Jingdo and the most useless playboy of Great Peace City, this pair of strange father and son, separated by a stove, sat across from each other on a small stool and slowly drank wine. The wine jug was placed on the edge of the stove. Zhang Bien Guan said, "Father, in reality, no one is angry at you." Zhang Julu drank a mouthful of wine and did not speak. Cup after cup, the father and son drank like this. The steward tiptoed over to deliver a second jug of wine. Along the way, he brought a thick fur coat for the Grand Secretary. In the end, Zhang Bian Guan staggered away in a drunken stupor. Zhang Julu saw him to the gate of the mansion and gave the fur coat to his son to wear. Zhang Julu stood on the steps and reached out to catch some snowflakes in his hand. There was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. When one could say it, one did not want to say it. When one wanted to say it, one could not say it. Perhaps half a year ago, no one would have believed that the West Chu Navy would be able to fight the Guangling Navy downstream, like a lion hunting a rabbit. Like an arrow on a bowstring, they were only waiting to go down the river and head straight for the spring snow building. Even in the darkness, just by the light of the lanterns, those towering ships exuded a savage aura of war. Presumably, every old remnant of West Chu who saw this scene would find it hard to restrain their joy and sorrow. For 20 years, the world had only heard that the Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. Did anyone remember the majestic sight of the Dechu Navy of the past? In the last few months, there had been an endless stream of old remnant people walking or riding carriages to the riverbank to look at this scene from afar. They either knelt or clasped their hands, all of them weeping and then laughing madly as they returned home to tell their old friends. Chao Changqing personally commanded the navy. The Divine Phoenix was named after the capital city of Dechu. A middle-aged Confucian scholar in green, who had been holding a lantern and admiring a painting, raised his head and gently extinguished the lantern. Walking out of the cabin on the top floor, he gazed toward the right bank of the Guangling River. He saw a group of cavalry dressed differently from the navy suddenly appear. Afterward, the leading knight and a few retainers leisurely crossed the river on a small boat. At the bow of the small boat stood a person. His figure was tall and slender. As the boat approached, the knight's face became clearer under the light. He was determined, conceited, and full of heroic spirit. He lacked the gentleness of a gentleman. However, this young man really couldn't ask for more. It would be strange if he was just a kind and gentle scholar who could trample the territory that Zhao Yi had painstakingly built for more than 10 years in 3 months. One of the deputy commanders of the Dechu Navy, Song Yuan Hang, stood beside the Confucian scholar in green. After seeing the uninvited guest, he did not hide his displeasure at all. Not only him, but the Navy generals who had walked out of the cabins on the lower levels of the Divine Phoenix ship also did not have a good impression of this young man. It was not a bad thing for a young man to show off his ability, but to be so arrogant that he did not consider the rules as rules was rather annoying. Similarly, as the son of one of Dechu's most powerful families, Pei Sui, who had made great contributions earlier, was very humble. Ko Jianghuai. If it weren't for this person in charge of the Navy helping him smooth things over, he would have long rolled up his things and scrammed back to Shangyin Academy to read his books on the art of war. Earlier, he had repeatedly disrupted the plan and acted on his own initiative to move troops and generals, not to mention that he had come to visit the Navy tonight, and he didn't even give a greeting. Did he really think that the great Dechu couldn't accomplish great things without one Ko Jianghuai? The scene that followed made the Navy commanders on the ship even angrier. Ko Jianghuai did not board the ship to greet the commander of Dechu's 3 armies, Chao Changqing. Instead, he stood at the bow of the small boat with his hand on his sword. He raised his head to look at the green-robed man. After directly calling his name, he asked in a low voice, "Chao Changqing, why won't you allow me to take down the 6,000 soldiers that Song Li dropped into my pocket?" The white-haired Chao Changqing did not make a sound and met the young man's gaze. The tall Ko Jianghuai had no awareness that he was talking to Dechu's second stabilizing needle after Yi Bai Kue. His tone was angry and dissatisfied, almost questioning. The opportunity is fleeting. Song Li is not an idiot who doesn't understand military matters. Wait until he has a firm foothold on the Eastern Front and straightens out the internal conflict in the spring snow building before I want to do it in one go. Ko Jianghuai, you are already General Ko. As for the imperial edict to remove you from your position, you will receive it a few days later. However, it is all the same whether it is early or late. Chao Chongqing, Ko Jianghuai, originally thought that Dechu still had 2.5 people who knew how to use troops and enough to conquer the world. Since there is only half left tonight, then there is no hope of reviving the country. It doesn't matter if I am an official or not. I want to open my eyes and see if that half can help you take down the spring snow building. Ko Jianghuai angrily threw his sword into the Guangling River. The small boat turned around and left. Song Yuanheng quietly asked, "Minister, has this kid lost his mind?" Chao Chongqing smiled slightly. He has not gone mad. Ko Jianghuai is very clear-headed. His view of the Eastern Front is correct. However, what Ko Jianghuai does not know is that he has been blinded by a single leaf. Minister, why do you say this? The main general of the Eastern Front that Chao Chongqing, want should not only focus on the spring snow building, and Zhao Yi, if he stops here, then Xie Shibian will be able to achieve his so-called half a person. The blue-clothed official lowered his head and looked at the Guangling River flowing east. He was in a daze. Ko Jianghuai should be able to see further. He should be looking at the Great Peace City. Chapter 1289. In the prince's mansion in Xiangfan City, the young king of Jing and Zhao Sun was summoned to Guangling to quell the rebellion. So far, he had not made any contributions. The large Qingzhou was handed over to a blind man who was also young. It was peaceful. He did not make any outstanding achievements, but he did not degenerate to the point where he had to use self-deprecating methods to win the trust of the new king of Jing, and it could be said to be a model example of a ruler and his minister being compatible. It was somewhat similar to the partnership between the king of Yen and Nalen Yusi. After nightfall, the stars twinkled. Lu Swan stood under the eaves and raised his head to look at the resplendent starry sky. Next to him was the maidservant that Prince Jing'an's estate had placed at his side. He never thought that after spending so much time together, they would end up in the same boat. But this might not necessarily be the young Prince Jing'an's original scheme. Teacher, you asked the prince to only lose and not win. When the time comes and the Zhao family loses face, the emperor will most likely blame you, right? Of course he will, and it will be a heavy punishment. Then why did the prince agree? When the old and the new take over, the new emperor will bring in new officials. The close and distant relationships of the past will be overturned. Often, it is not about contributions, only loyalty. It is about enough to use a few thousand lives in Qingzhou to show loyalty. When the old emperor deliberately suppresses someone, it is to pave the way for the new emperor to use. Otherwise, who will remember the good of the new emperor? Most of the wise emperors who retired from the stage in history like to do things in such an obscure way because they were worried that the new emperor would have no one to use. Also, chaos is inevitable after His Royal Highness loses this time. Other than expressing his stance with the emperor and the crown prince, he can also take the opportunity to remove himself from the chaotic world and observe the changes quietly. Teacher, do you count as a scholar who knows everything in the world without going out? I, as a teacher, am still lacking compared to Mr. Yuan of Great Peace City and Mr. Nailan of the King of Yen. Teacher, you are too modest. Blind Lu Su smiled, but did not speak. Teacher, tell me some more principles. Although I don't understand, I like to hear them. How can there be so many principles? I am just full of complaints. Teacher, don't be angry when I say this. If one day Wanya uses me to threaten Mr. can rest assured. Isn't it difficult to use a dead person to threaten a living person? Don't do anything stupid. If you kill yourself, with Zhao Sun's personality, I won't be far from death either. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep well with a so-called confidant that he can't control. Sir, are you helping me find a lame excuse to live? You're not stupid, but to be honest, this reason is not lame. Sir, you're a good man. Are you tired of living like this? What's so tiring about it? At the very least, it's easier than cheating people by gambling in Yongzi Alley a few years ago. Sir, I think you have great wisdom, but I can't tell whether you're wearing new clothes or old ones. I'll know if I touch it, after taking it off. See no evil. Sir, don't you like to say that you're blind? Lu Su suddenly laughed. Then he said softly, Zhao Sun, Huainanzi is called a beautiful jade, but if you break it down, isn't it a Sun emperor? Lu Su sighed. The backbone of us scholars will be broken in a few days. It was the same night, but far away at the border, along with the sound of horse hooves in the distance. Jizhou's wild goose castle, which was not inferior to a border town, was like a giant beast that had been awakened. Almost instantly, countless lanterns and torches lit up at the same time, illuminating the castle as bright as day. There was a moat outside Wild Goose Castle. As the city gate was opened, the bridge was slowly lowered. The 7 or 8 riders did not need to wait for a moment before they rode their horses onto the bridge and entered Wild Goose Castle. Inside the city gate, a large group of Li family members were kneeling in Wild Goose Castle. There was the reclusive old castle master Li Chulin, the eldest son Li Yuanya, who had specially rushed home from Jishi, and a group of elders who were rarely seen. No one was absent, other than Li Huoli, the eldest son, Li Huoli, who had suddenly died after traveling south to Jiangnan. The entire Li family, who was like a local tyrant in Jizhou, was present. Even the old castle master's 80th birthday 2 years ago was not as grand as this. The leader of the 7 or 8 riders had an unfamiliar face. His face was pale, and he looked like he could not stand the extreme cold of the winter in the north. He wore a thick fox fur coat from Liaodong. Probably because he was old, he had already nurtured his loftiness to be very restrained and did not give off an overbearing feeling. Other than the father and son pair, Li Chulin and Li Yuanya, no one in Wild Goose Castle knew the identity of this graceful man. However, with the help of the brilliant lights and the corner of their eyes, the others could still see some clues. The rider behind the man who was acting as an attendant was actually the only great pillar of Liang, General Gu Jiantang. The members of the Li family kneeling on the ground, other than the ignorant teenagers and ignorant children, all guessed the identity of this man. For a moment, their eyes were filled with awe, anxiety, and pride. What a great honor it was to have such a distinguished guest visit them. How glorious was it to bring glory to their family. Perhaps because Gu Jiantang had reminded them before, Li Chulin and Li Yuanya only knelt to welcome him and did not greet him superfluously. The man dismounted from his horse and smiled warmly. The north is cold and the land is cold. Besides, the records of rights of the king states that 80 strokes of the rod should be used in court. Old castle master, please rise. Everyone else, don't kneel. The 6 riders behind him dismounted at the same time. General Gu Jiantang, who was in light armor and carrying a saber, stepped forward silently and helped the man lead his horse. Li Chulin stood up carefully, every wrinkle and crevice on his haggard and dignified face seemed to emit a strange brilliance. The old man, who was particularly tall, still bent slightly after getting up. He probably did not dare to let the man 5 steps away raise his head and speak. In terms of physical condition, Li Chulin, who was 80 years old but was still strong, looked more like a young man than the man in front of him. At least, Li Chulin gave others the impression that his heroic spirit had not diminished in the past. On the other hand, the guest who visited Wild Goose Castle in the middle of the night seemed to be unable to hide his exhaustion, especially with the invisible contrast of the martial arts grandmaster Gu Jiantang. He seemed to be even more lethargic. Chapter 1290. As the man moved forward, the group started to break apart. At the same time, there was a suspicion that they were trying to steal the show. The man in the fur coat walked at the very front and called for the old castle master, Li Chulin, to accompany him. Gu Jiantang held a horse in each hand and followed closely behind. Then came Li Yuanya. These 4 people slowly walked at the front. Then came the 5 riders, who each held heavy military power on the northern border of the dynasty. Finally came the old and young members of the Li family. Because the sight of the 5 people holding the horses was blocked, the Li family members who couldn't go to Guda Zhugua's side to see what was going on started to look at the backs of these people. The old man with the sharp eyes of Yanbao recognized most of them and guessed the rest. He couldn't help but be speechless. These 5 people were all important figures in the military who held the title of general with real power. The lowest official was rank 4. It could be said that if these 5 people died at Yanbao, then the northern border of the Tu Liaos would be half paralyzed. However, with Gu Jiantang, who was the number 1 blade user in the world, holding the line, it would be difficult for these 5 generals to die even if they wanted to. Other than having high positions and power, these 5 riders had one thing in common. Compared to the old generals like Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinshuan, although their military achievements and fame were not as great, they won because they were young. The oldest was less than 50 years old, and the youngest was only 30 years old. The battlefield at the border didn't care about age and experience more than the court. Therefore, it could be said that these 5 were destined to become the future military pillars of the Liang imperial court. Perhaps the next minister of war of Great Peace City would emerge from among them. The man walked on the smooth road paved with large green stone slabs. He raised his head and looked at the numerous fire dragons that stretched up from the lanterns. He sighed softly and said, "This is the first time I have entered Ji province in my life. I should have come earlier. My Zhao family is about to conquer the world. Usually when I go to the diligent room to teach the Zhao family members, I always say that we can't slack off. We can't be misled by the ancients and believe that after conquering the world, we have to dismount from the horse and protect the world. That's what I said, but I don't seem to have done a good job of teaching them by word and example. Presumably, some of the Zhao clan's descendants will find it harder to place as much importance on military affairs as their ancestors." No matter how brave the old fox Li Chulin was, he didn't dare to interrupt the Son of Heaven's family affairs. He could only perk up his ears and not miss a single word. As long as the emperor, who was traveling incognito, didn't ask questions, he would just listen and not speak. This man who could allow Gu Jiantang to lead his horse and guard him with a clear conscience was none other than the current emperor, Zhao Dun, who had stealthily arrived at the border. However, the emperor did not issue an edict for the crown prince to be regent as soon as he left the capital. Instead, when he was about to return from Jizhou, he had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, hand a secret edict to Bai Guo of the Ministry of Rites and make it public. The edict was ambiguous, and it was enough for the purple-cloaked officials in the officialdom to chew on. This was the first time the old man had seen the emperor with his own eyes, and his heart palpitated violently. That year, the execution of the entire Han family had caused turmoil in Jizhou. The Li family of Yanbao, who had a marriage alliance with the Han family, had also been implicated. At that time, Li Chulin, who had yet to vacate the position of family head for Li Yuanya, was extremely vicious and merciless. Not only did he tie up the young couple and bring them to the execution ground in Jizhou's capital, he didn't even spare their young children. In the end, the two children, who should have been surnamed Li, were beheaded along with their parents. Thinking about it now, although Li Chulin felt somewhat guilty, he didn't regret it in the slightest. Under the strife of the general situation, the lives of a few innocent people didn't count for much. In just one night, the Han family, who had been loyal for hundreds of years, had become a traitor who had betrayed the country. For the past 10 years, everyone in the imperial court had said that it was the blue-eyed grand secretary who had harmed the public interest. It had even turned into one of the most powerful crimes that the imperial censorate had used to impeach Zhang Julu. This made the old man, who liked to read history in his spare time, feel somewhat distressed. In the past dynasties, there had always been treacherous officials who manipulated power and deceived the public. In the end, they were executed under the law and never dared to say how muddle-headed the emperor was. To be honest, Li Chulin admired the Grand Secretary, who was in the center of the imperial court, but kept himself clean in all aspects. If it weren't for Zhang Julu's insistence on supporting the northern border and using half of the imperial court's taxes to support the northern border, the old minister of war behind him wouldn't have been able to handle the situation so easily. As for why the current emperor had to make such an unnecessary move to visit Yanbao, after Li Chulin received Gu Jiantang's handwritten secret letter, he had a private meeting with his eldest son, Li Yuanya. There were only 3 answers he came up with. Firstly, the imperial court of Zhao, or rather, the emperor had to provide evidence that could convince the public in Ji province in order to redress the Han family's innocence. Yanbao was an old and wealthy family that had been rooted in Ji province for generations, and was also one of the victims in the past. If the Li family stood out and spoke at this critical moment, it would be more ironed out than the impeachment of the right chancellor of the Imperial College. It would also win more sympathy from the imperial court. It was an irresistible trend for everyone to push the wall that was down. However, not everyone had the right to push the high wall of the Zhang family that had stood in the imperial court for over 20 years. Furthermore, the Yuzhou side was restless. Currently, there were some extreme actions that crossed the border. Tens of thousands of riders had entered Ji province. Naturally, the imperial court would have to guard against the young man from Beiliang's Su family. With the departure of the old general of Ji province, Yang Xinxing, the Li family of Yanbao, who had 7,000 to 8,000 private soldiers, would naturally fall into the eyes of the imperial court. Both father and son guessed that it was a personal matter of the emperor. After the previous 2 times where he personally led the troops and returned with no results, the current emperor had never patrolled the borders. He had not even gone to the prosperous Jiangnan. The people mistakenly thought that the current emperor only cared about internal affairs and did not care about military exploits on the borders. This was definitely the view of a country bumpkin. Li Chulin had always believed that the current emperor had an extremely strong desire to conquer Beimang, because this was the only feat that could prove that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the late emperor. Emperor Zhao Dun gradually ascended along the greenstone path. Yanbao's path also had the reputation of being the path of blue clouds. All the officials of Ji province would take this path in hopes of good luck. However, to the person sitting on the dragon chair, the meteoric rise that the officials dreamed of was not even worth mentioning. Li Chulin was shocked. It was said that the emperor did not forget to train his body in addition to working hard. The people of Ji province all thought that this man, who was only 50 years old, could continue to sit on that chair and look south for another 10 to 20 years. How could his physical strength be so weak? He actually had to pant after every 100 steps. Could it be that the prosperous Li Yong was about to change? It had to be known that Li Yong could not be considered peaceful. There were internal and external troubles. Outside, there was Bei Meng's million-strong cavalry, eyeing them covetously. Inside, there was the revival of West Chu. Even more inside, the imperial court was in a state of crisis. Everyone was in danger. If something were to happen at this time, Li Chulin did not dare to think any further. He was afraid that the emperor beside him would notice if he revealed even the slightest abnormality. Yanbao was like a mountain. It went up layer by layer and climbed steadily. His Majesty stopped to rest at a pavilion with a wide view halfway up the mountain. He reached out and tightened his grip on the thick fur coat. After a long silence, he glanced to the west and suddenly said, "Old castle master, you must have a plan to deal with my uninvited visit. However, you are probably overthinking and wrong. I might as well tell you the truth. The reason I came to Yanbao was to take a closer look at that place." The old fort master of Yanbao Castle seemed to be shocked. He subconsciously straightened his back and then quickly bent down heavily. The old man, who was used to the ups and downs of life, trembled in fear and did not dare to speak. The emperor waved his hand. Gu Jiantang walked forward a few steps. Li Chulin tactfully retreated and waited at the bottom of the steps. The emperor coughed a few times. His tone was somewhat difficult. "Jiantang, I have changed my mind. Follow me back to the capital tomorrow. When the time comes, you will send him off. Since I do not dare to see him, and none of the civil officials in the imperial court are worthy, I have thought about it. Only you, a general with the title of Pillar of the State, are worthy." I actually know a little about the thoughts he has buried deep in his heart. Gu Jiantang said calmly, "Does your Majesty have any words to pass on?" The emperor hesitated and said self-deprecatingly, "Just tell him that the Dun in Zhao Dun's name is worthy of the world. Only he Zhongjulu is ashamed." Chapter 1291. The arrival of the Emperor Zhao Dun and the Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan took advantage of the situation to govern the country. The Li Yong court did not become turbulent because of this. On the contrary, under the direction of the Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan, as well as the strong support of the Crown Princess Mao Chun and the other Eternal Hui Spring officials, the court even showed signs of greater vitality than before. Zhao Zhuan showed the same diligence as the current emperor. He never missed court meetings, sat through the night, and frequently summoned his officials. The Crown Prince did not disappoint and showed the presence of a wise ruler. Imperceptibly, the heavy haze that covered Great Peace City at the end of the first year of auspicious talisman faded slightly. Under Zhao Zhuan's management, a series of dazzling and far-reaching changes in power unfolded in the center of the dynasty. Qi Yanglong, as everyone expected, became the head of the secretariat, which had always been empty, and became an extremely rare prime minister in Li Yang's history. Together with Zhang Julu, the leader of the secretariat, he was called the Grand Secretary by the people of the capital. Wang Xiongui, who had always been a tiring official in the capital and had been promoted to Minister of Revenue, was sent out to become the Guangling Taoist administrator. At the same time, Zhao Yuling, who was also from the Yonghui era, resigned as the Minister of Personnel and was promoted by half a rank, entering the Secretariat to assist the old head of the Secretariat, Qi Yanglong. Yin Maochun, the head of the Hanlin Academy, who had always been known as the Crown Prince, but was actually only a rank 3 official, finally took a substantial step forward. Not only was he given the title of Grand Secretary of the Hall of Harmony, ranked second out of the 6 Grand Secretaries of Liyang, he also took over as Minister of Personnel. With the Beijing investigation and local reviews as a foundation, the Liyang court was not surprised by this move. Bai Guo, the Minister of Rights, filled the vacancy left by Wang Xionggui's departure, moving from the Ministry of Rights to the Ministry of Revenue. Although their ranks were the same, one was the Minister of Rights of the Yamen, and the other was the Ministry of Revenue that was in charge of land taxes. Everyone could see that Bai Guo had also stepped onto a new level and did not fall too far behind Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao-chun. As for the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, Jean Lanting, who had a public conflict with Yao Baifeng, he became the luckiest person in the Liang dynasty in the past 5 years. After the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was promoted to minister, Jean Lanting, who had been on the cusp of Great Peace City for the past few years, once again gave everyone a huge surprise. He was promoted to secondary grade 2, left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The left chancellor, Yao Baifeng, who was supposed to be in charge of the Ministry of Rights, became the unexpected person. The commander at the front, Lu Xingxiang, who did not know how to use troops and caused problems in the rebellion, was promoted instead of being demoted. Although he resigned from his position as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he was promoted instead. Although he resigned from his position as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he received the title of primary grade 2 general. The dragon general, Su Gong, who was seen as having the potential to lead troops down south, was not only unable to replace Lu Xingxiang, who was widely acknowledged to be mediocre, but this pillar of the Su family was instead hidden as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War. After taking the position, it was rumored that he was going to be chased out of Great Peace City to patrol the northern border. It was hard to imagine that such a grand storm had nothing to do with that purple-bearded, blue-eyed man from beginning to end. Last year, during the inspection, Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao-chun submitted to the emperor matters regarding the promotion and reprimand of the 1,800 officials in the capital. This year was the external inspection, which was also the year of the local evaluation. After Yin Mao-chun returned to the capital a while ago, he quickly ran into the emperor on his border patrol. Thus, under an imperial edict from Liaoxi to the capital, the details of the local evaluation were sent to the crown prince. Zhao Zhuan was given full authority over this matter. After the morning court session, the crown prince had Song Tonglu, head of the ceremony directorate, pass on a message to all of the grand secretaries of the palace, the big shots of the 2 provinces under the Hall of Secretaries, the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, and a number of dukes and marquises surnamed Zhao to participate in this impromptu afternoon court session, which could be considered a common occurrence in Liang Imperial Court. In the meeting room, the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Personnel's Merit Auditing Department, the Ministry of Appointment Examination Department, and the newly appointed Merit Auditing Department were responsible for reporting the specific situation. The Crown Prince and the 20 or so most powerful dukes and marquises in the Liang dynasty passed around the files one after another. There were also several eunuchs, including the ceremony directorate, who were present to listen. These eunuchs, who wore bright red python robes, were mainly responsible for adding charcoal and changing the refreshments. Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was invited, but did not attend. In the warm room, there were not many new faces, but many of the old faces had changed into brand new official robes and court robes. It was not the new year, but there was already a new atmosphere. The former Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, was already one of the few first-rank officials. Today, he sat beside the head of the Hall of Secretaries, Qi Yanglong. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Yin Mao-chun, who was also of Zhonglu origin. When he lowered his head and leisurely drank his tea, the corners of his mouth quietly curved up. A certain someone had been called the Prime Minister for more than 10 years. Today, he was only the Minister of Personnel of the External Court, nothing more than eating the leftovers from his own leftovers. The dust had more or less settled, but didn't he still not lose the title of Prime Minister? When would he be able to take on the role of Prime Minister in reality? In the spring of Eternal Hui, it was publicly acknowledged that Bai Guo was the most talented, but Yin Mao-chun was the most suitable. However, I, Zhao Yuling, am now a step ahead of him. The so-called Grand Secretary of the Palace of Harmony that Yin Mao-chun has is nothing more than the Emperor's alms to compensate you for not being able to become the head of the Palace of Secretaries. Chapter 1292. In truth, half a month ago, Zhao Yuling had been secretly worried. He was not afraid that Yin Mao-chun, who had been dormant for many years, would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. What he was afraid of was that Yin Mao-chun would continue to be suppressed in the Hanlin Academy. This meant that once someone completely fell from power, Yin Mao-chun would be destined to be the one with the greatest benefits. Now that the court had given him the Minister of Appointments and the Grand Secretary, Zhao Yuling, who was familiar with the thoughts of the Emperor, could be at ease. Slightly moistening his throat, Zhao Yuling, who was in a good mood, twisted the lid of his teacup. Out of the corner of his eye, he casually sized up the new Minister of Revenue, Bai Guo. He had never seen this disappointing fellow as an enemy. Even though Bai Guo had a good reputation in the court, once one had climbed to their level, they only paid attention to 4 words: simplicity in the heart of the Emperor. As expected, Bai Guo had not been able to enter Tantnan's subordinate province, and he had not been able to obtain the position of First Minister of the 6 ministries. In the end, in this room, the most disappointed person was Yin Mao-chun. The second most disappointed person was our new Minister of Revenue. However, in Zhao Yuling's view, Bai Guo, who did not have much of a foundation, should be satisfied to be able to obtain the position of Minister of Revenue. Zhao Yuling raised his eyelids and just happened to see the bearded young third Minister Jean looking over. Zhao Yuling's face was expressionless. The newly appointed left Assistant Minister of Rights, Jean Lanting, hurriedly smiled in greeting. Zhao Yuling did not pay him any attention. He turned around and put down his teacup, laughing coldly in his heart. Did a lucky fellow who had relied on crooked methods to barely make it to the center of the dynasty really think he could last forever? In the court, one was not afraid of the battles between gentlemen or even between factions. However, the greatest taboo was to make enemies everywhere because of personal grudges. Coming from a small, unknown noble family in Beiliang, in just a few short years, he had angered Huan Wen and Yao Baifeng. Even if he managed to use his influence to take down someone, could he, Jean Lanting, clean up the mess afterwards? Other than Jean Lanting, who was attending such a high-level court meeting for the first time, there was another official who was even more unfamiliar to Great Peace City than Jean Lanting. That was Su Gong of the Gumu family of Gangnam-do. As the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, he was still a famous general even though he had missed the Spring and Autumn War. At this moment, he was sitting upright beside his superior, Liu Baijia. His eyes were focused on his nose was focused on his heart, and his expression was firm and rigid. Compared to the elegant bearing of the Tangxi sword immortal Lu Shangshu, Su Gong was more like a military general on the battlefield. His body was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was rough. His ascension this time was the most confusing of all the officials who had changed positions. Logically speaking, Su Gong did not have any great achievements, nor was he Gu Jiantang's direct line of command. He did not have any big tree in the court that he could rely on, so he should not have been included in the Jingdo court. But this time, he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and then was quickly expelled from the capital. This made Su Gong seem even more like a joke. The court meeting only came to an end at dusk. The Minister of Works and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, both in their 60s, could not hide their fatigue. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan ordered the ceremony directorate to have the imperial kitchen send over some food. During this time, all the officials could find time to rest or walk out of their rooms to get some air. Huan Wen was an important official with sufficient experience, reputation, and achievements. Naturally, he would not be as reserved and uneasy as the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries. He was the first to leave the room. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan quickly rose and walked out quickly. He called out to Tantanon with a smile, and then they walked out together. This scene, in the eyes of those who paid attention, could not help but cause their imaginations to run wild. Jean Lanting sat in his seat without moving. He also did not take the initiative to exchange pleasantries with any of the seniors in the room. He seemed particularly lonely. In the corridor outside the room, Huan Wen smiled and asked, "What matter does your highness have?" There was no one around. The crown prince blinked and secretly made a gesture of raising his cup to drink. Huan Wen was not polite. He chuckled and said, "That would be great." The two of them walked to a distant side room. Behind them was the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tong Lu. The crown prince hesitated and then said, "The position of the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College is temporarily vacant. Master Yao has not recommended anyone for the position. Does Tantanon have any suggestions?" Huan Wen was stunned. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan smiled and did not speak. Huan Wen also smiled and did not hesitate. He said straightforwardly, "There is no candidate for the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College. The province under my tutelage is lacking a satisfactory assistant official. Coincidentally, I can take this opportunity to ask for someone from your highness." Zhao Zhuan furrowed his brows and asked quietly, "Could it be?" Although the crown prince did not say a name, Tantanon had already nodded. Both sides were well aware. It was Chen Xiaobao, Chun Wang of the Diligent Department. He was born a poor scholar and had achieved Jinshi. He did not make it into the top 3, but he was barely qualified to enter the Hanlin Academy and become a noble servant. He then served as the personal attendant of the Son of Heaven. Later, he was briefly a lecturer in the Eastern Palace and a doctor in the Meritorious Service Department. Noble was noble, but his official position was not high. Junior Guardian could only be considered a title bestowed by the Son of Heaven. But if Chun Wang could go to the Minxiao province and become Huan, Wen's right-hand man, then it would not make sense if he did not have a high 3rd-rank official. It was even possible for him to be a 2nd-rank official. In this way, the popular Jean Lanting in Great Peace City would pale in comparison. Huan Wen suddenly slapped his head and said, "The candidate for the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, I have thought of a very unsuitable candidate." The crown prince couldn't help but smile. He said helplessly, "Tantanon, your words." Huan Wen laughed loudly and didn't say anything else. But once again, both sides were well aware that the 2 official positions had been decided before the wine was even drunk. One was Chun Wang, going to the Minxiao province. The other was Sun Yin, going to the Imperial College. They both seemed to come from Beiliang. Chapter 1293. In the past, the Liang dynasty, which had been belittled as the Northern Barbarians, was not like West Chu, which had flourished in its literary style. It had never had the position of Grand Tutor or Grand Tutor. After unifying the Central Plains, it was still like this. Furthermore, to prevent the officials from monopolizing power, even the 2 provinces under the Hall of Secretaries were empty. Until recently, Huan Wen and Qi Yanglong broke the old rule. The Diligent Room was the study place for the sons and grandsons of the emperor, and the sons and grandsons of the emperor and the marquis. The teachers who gave lectures here were all virtuous scholars with both ability and political integrity. It's just that their official rank was not high, so much so that some of the famous scholars who were of the same rank were barely qualified. Even the head of the diligent room, Chun Wang, only had the title of junior protector above his head. His actual salary was even lower than that of a normal servant of the Hanlon Academy. Thus, when Chun Wang appeared out of nowhere and took over the position of junior protector of the diligent room, Tai and City only thought that a little prime minister second to Yin Mao Chun had appeared. He would have to train step by step for a decade or two before he could truly enter the center of power. However, a rumbling rumor quickly spread. Not only did this person have to immediately rush to the Minxia province to take up an important position, he might even steal food from the tiger's mouth from Yin Mao Chun, who had controlled the Hanlon Academy for decades. As if to prove this rumor that came from an unknown mansion in the capital, Tantanan and the Imperial College's left chancellor, Yao Baifeng, visited Chun Xiaobao together. It was said that they had a good chat and became friends despite the difference in age. Looking back at Third Minister Jin, compared to the previously unknown Chun Wang, although he was riding on the crest of success, he had never received such special treatment among the top officials of the dynasty. From this, it could be seen that Chun Wang's ability to raise Wang was far more natural and smooth than Jin landing. In a moment, Wang County Street in Tai and city was filled with nobles and relatives of the emperor. This originally inconspicuous little county manor was suddenly filled with people and carriages. The grandfather of Chun Wang's wife was not from the legitimate line of the previous emperor. He was a lowly person, and his words carried little weight. However, during the Spring and Autumn War, he stood firmly behind the previous emperor and waved the flag and shouted for him. The eldest son of the first wife could inherit the title of Commandery Prince of Chai. Chun Wang's wife, as the daughter of the Commandery Prince of Chai, should have been demoted to a county princess. However, the emperor remembered the loyalty of the two generations of Chai Commandery princes and made an exception and arranged for her to marry Chun Wang. Now, it was not only Chun Wang, but the Commandery Prince of Chai Commandery Princes, skills of Chai Commandery Prince. Chun Wang and the Commandery Princess had already moved out of the prince's mansion. Their new mansion was not far from each other. If his wife wanted to go back to her parents' home, it would only take the time to drink a cup of tea. At first, Prince Chai was afraid that his daughter's frequent visits would make Chun Wang unhappy. However, as time went by, he discovered that his virtuous son-in-law's breadth of mind was indeed extraordinary. Now that Chun Wang was the junior guardian and was about to enter the Minxia province, which was gradually becoming more and more powerful, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance that was common among the children of poor families. Because the Chun mansion was closed to visitors all year round and did not see any strangers, this was an iron rule set by Chun Wang before he became famous. Many opportunists who wanted to warm up the stove had to take a step back and go to the junior guardian's father-in-law's mansion with gifts. This made Commandery Prince Chai, who had the nickname of Cold Bench Commandery Prince, feel proud. The Commandery Prince Chai, who was slightly older, would visit his neighbors on the street with his hands behind his back. The grievances of the first half of his life were probably swept away. Great Peace City welcomed its second snowfall. Before the old snow had completely melted, new snow was piled up. The more tired and lazy families didn't even bother to sweep the snow. The elders who were familiar with the solar terms muttered that before the year was over, there might have been a snowy scene to enjoy. It was just that the winter cold was bone-chilling, making it hard for these old bones with one foot in the grave. However, other than sighing, the elders would often gather their friends around the stove and chat. The common people of the capital under the sun of heaven liked to point out the country. This was especially the case for these old fellows who had experienced 2 or even 3 dynasties of emperor Liyang. Even though they were not happy about the rising smoke of the northwest frontier fortress and the ending of the Guangling battle, they were still generally optimistic. After all, the current dynasty had gone through more than 20 years of cultivation and recuperation. Liyang also had the solid foundation of the eternal Hui Spring. The old people of the capital, who were accustomed to wind and rain, believed that by this time next year, the world would be completely at peace. Some of the elders would even think that if they could see the scene of the current dynasty swallowing up Beimang before they lay in their coffins, then they could die without regrets. This place in Great Peace City that the common people called Junwang Alley vaguely seemed to be in a confrontation with the street where Grand Secretary Zhang's residence was located. Only the situations of the two sides were completely opposite. The latter, whenever it was time for morning court and after court, would always be full of people and carriages, while the former streets were rarely seen. It was because even though the people in the former's residences all had top-notch statuses, apart from an extremely small number of people who could participate in court politics, most of them were pretty to look at but useless embroidered pillows. Ever since Eternal Hui, they had always been excluded from the center of the imperial court by a certain purple-bearded and blue-eyed individual. As a result, when they made that trip back and forth every morning and evening, they could only be pushed out as decorations during the few imperial court ceremonies that could be counted on one's fingers. The latter streets were incomparably noisy, everyone dressed in purple-scarlet official robes. However, ever since autumn of the first year of Xiangfu, the carriages in the always lifeless Junwang Alley gradually became more frequent. This place that was originally used to standing on its own mountain began to accept many new faces. Under the twilight, the young master of the Chun Manor that was previously considered to be at the bottom of Junwang Alley took the initiative to bring an unfamiliar guest home. The manor's gatekeeper was an elder who had served the old Junwang Manor for generations. But he still couldn't recognize who this middle-aged man, who was still dressed in court clothes, was to actually be able to make the master treat him so seriously. Looking at that person's official patch, it was clearly a brocade embroidered third-grade peacock. The elder believed his eyesight was still quite sharp, whether or not he was an aristocratic family's descendant. The old gatekeeper had confidence that he would be able to recognize him with a single glance. He carefully sized up this fella who crossed the threshold with his master, always feeling like this person's aura was a bit contradictory. He was clearly a civil official, yet he seemed like a military general who had just walked out of the battlefield. Yet he also didn't seem like those crude people who often entered and left the Ministry of War's Gu Hut and made a fool of themselves. The number of servants in the manor was just enough to ensure that the 4 courtyards of the manor could operate without hindrance. Thus, when Chun Wang and his guest entered the manor and walked all the way to the study, they didn't encounter anyone. Not to mention the luxurious mansions built according to the standards of a prince, even the nearby Junwang mansions that had 3 roads and 5 courtyards, according to the ancestral system, were all bustling with people coming and going at this banquet. In the heavy snow, there was no reason to hold a bowl of wine, invite 1 or 2 close friends, and have a high status to talk to one's heart's content. On the contrary, this Chun Manor, which paled in comparison in terms of size, had the richest courtyard with a profound artistic conception. After the host and guest sat down, a tall woman of middle age rushed over when she heard the news. When she entered the room, her husband was personally brewing tea. The flame in the stove flickered slightly, and the pot of water gradually boiled, adding some warmth to the slightly cold room. Chun Wang raised his head and glanced at his wife. With a smile, he introduced, "This is Assistant Minister Su of the Ministry of War." Regardless of status, there were no ignorant and ill-informed people in Junwang Alley. The woman who had been conferred the title of Princess Changle immediately knew of the multiple identities of the visitor. General of the Dragon, Su Gong, the pillar of support of the Gumu Su family, and a young and strong general whose prestige ranked among the best in the Liang army. Presently, he was ridiculed by everyone in Junwang Alley as the new wife of Great Peace City. She had also heard that this assistant minister Su was not very well liked. Although it could not be considered a public promotion or a hidden demotion, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to successfully integrate into the capital's court as quickly as the Tangxi sword immortal Lu Baijia. The woman, whose real name was Zhao Song, had never been interested in court politics. As usual, she did not think deeply about why her husband had brought this assistant minister of the Ministry of War home. The visitor was a guest, so she naturally knew how to respond. She could not lose face for her husband. Thus, after a tepid greeting to Su Gong, she hurriedly took over Chen Wang's task of brewing tea. After pouring 2 cups of tea for the 2 men, she immediately bid farewell and left. Su Gong joked, "Junior Guardian has good fortune. We really can't be envious." Su Gong had always been a proper local official. He had never purposely built any connections in Great Peace City, where it was easier to become an official if one had connections in court. Just as the rumors said, he was able to enter the capital this time because he had relied on the elders of his clan and a number of seniors in Gangnam-do to sell their old faces to beg for this position. His path in the future was really up to the teacher to lead the way, and cultivation depended on the individual. Thus, after he entered the capital, he was extremely restrained and reserved. He almost never left his home. The reason he was able to get in touch with Chen Wang was because Chen Wang had once interacted with Su Gong when he was assisting Yin Mao Chun in the great plan of conducting the local examinations. They were friends and regretted not having met earlier. At the time, Su Gong could never have imagined that Chen Wang would rise so quickly and become one of the important officials in the center of the dynasty. Chen Wang was not too humble. He nodded and smiled. "My wife's personality is one of the better ones among the many golden branches of the Zhao family." Chen Wang paused for a moment. His expression was gentle as he subconsciously added, "I cherish it." Su Gong hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Forgive me for asking, but although my clan has hoped for many years that I would one day enter the Ministry of Military Personnel, for some reason, the elders in my clan were very surprised that I was summoned to the capital this time. In particular, Elder Yu gave me the words half fortune and half misfortune." In his words, there was an inexplicable sorrow about the unpredictability of the world. It is clear that Gangnam-do hopes that I, Su Gong, can enter the capital, but whether or not I can enter the capital is not something they can control. Junior Guardian, did anyone in the capital put in a good word for me? If one could speak, they would speak. This was the friendship of a gentleman. Su Gong knew that his direct question was not in accordance with the rules of an official, but he believed that he was sincere in his friendship with Chen Wang and did not bother to hide it. Chen Wang smiled and pointed at himself. Su Gong was stunned. Chapter 1294. Chen Wang straightened his expression and said, "When the Yu family first entered the capital, there was no doubt that they had the intention of introducing Brother Su to the capital. They also had some plans. For some reason, they did not follow up. In my view, at the last moment, they felt that Brother Su should not come to Great Peace City for now. At the time, I had not entered the diligent department as junior protector, and was still sitting in the position of merit examiner of the Ministry of Appointments. I was in my position and said some things to His Highness the Crown Prince. Of course, that was just icing on the cake. If not for Brother Su's own abilities, allowing me to exaggerate, His Highness the Crown Prince would not have any ideas." Su Gong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Wang said honestly, "Yu Jiankong of Shang Pillar State has his considerations, and I have my own thoughts. The situation is unstable, and I feel that with Brother Su's talent, if not now, when will you come out? Does Brother Su want to miss the spring and autumn war again, after missing it once? Let me ask, how many more 20 years and opportunities do Brother Su have to miss? Of course, I also understand Shang Pillar State's cautiousness. They treat Brother Su as a rare commodity and wait for the situation to deteriorate further. Maybe at that critical moment, an assistant minister of the Ministry of War will not be able to send away a hidden dragon general like you. Su Gong nodded and said, I will listen to Junior Protector's words. Chen Wang smiled and said, so this time, Brother Su has been forced to patrol the borders and become the laughingstock of Great Peace City. Don't blame me for drawing legs on a snake. How about I use tea in place of wine and punish myself with 3 cups? Su Gong laughed open-mindedly and said, Brother Chen's words are pretentious. Chen Wang countered, you called me Junior Protector so many times and only called me Brother Chen. You dare to say, I am pretentious? Who is the pretentious one? Su Gong, who was as tall as a mountain, said shamelessly, Junior Protector, please forgive me. Chen Wang drank tea. The woman who stood at the door hesitated for a long time, but still did not knock. She had turned back to tell her husband that she was going to her maternal home to take some things home. Seeing the warm smile on this man's face, she felt both heartfelt and indescribable guilt. She was happy that her husband was a perfect match that no picky woman could find fault with. She was happy that he finally had a friend whom he could bear heart to drink tea and chat with. As for Princess Changle, she felt guilty that ever since they had been married, she had never known how to share his burdens. Based on her woman's intuition, she could sense his deeply hidden depression. Perhaps it was because being by the Emperor's side for so long was like living with a tiger. Everywhere he went, it was as if he was treading on thin ice. She, as a so-called golden branch and jade leaf, as well as her father's so-called relatives of the imperial family, had always been a restraint to her man, not a help. Chen Wang never drank. Even on the day of their marriage, he did not overdo it. Every day, he would burn the midnight oil and read. He would sleep much later than she did, but he would wake up much earlier than she did. It was as if he always had endless books to read and endless government affairs to deal with. But what was rare was that he never made her feel left out. Although she was not an intelligent woman with exquisite thoughts, she was not stupid. She believed that he truly cared for her and would not flirt outside. Chen Wang's self-respect was unsurpassed in the dozens of manners in Junwang Alley. He cared about her. She loved him very much, but she did not know what to do for him. In the room, the 2 most talented men of the Liang dynasty were drinking weak tea and talking without restraint. She quietly left. Chen Wang asked Su Gong about the trend of the Guangling Road War. Su Gong was deeply worried, and his tone was somewhat heavy. The Ministry of War's earliest estimate was that they would be able to quell the rebellion in half a year. In fact, it was not completely blind optimism. If Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinchuan had not won a great victory at the time, as long as they had held on, then West Chu's revival would have been tantamount to a slow suicide. However, the 2 old generals' defeat facilitated the sharpening of West Chu's new blade. This allowed the 2 young geniuses, Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, to have enough leeway to grow from battle to battle. The more they fought, the braver they became. Now that West Chu's wings are growing, it will be very difficult to end the war quickly. In addition, the commander-in-chief, Lu Xingxiang, has always been a figurehead. His true enemies are not only West Chu's rebel army, but also the intrigues of the imperial court and the struggle for power within the army. On the other hand, West Chu's side is united as an impregnable fortress. With one side weakening and one side strengthening, this war will be difficult to fight. Fortunately, the imperial court did not push all the blame onto Lu Xingxiang and did not change the commander-in-chief. Otherwise, Chun Wang nodded and said, "His Highness the Crown Prince said that he has already mentally prepared himself for the remnants of West Chu's army to attack the capital." Su Gong turned pale with fright and hurriedly looked around. Chun Wang said calmly, "Don't worry. Even if these words reach His Highness, nothing will happen to you, and His Highness still has this bit of magnanimity." Su Gong's emotions were surging. Chun Xiaobao's simple words had revealed too many secrets. On the surface, it was praising Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan for his magnanimity and his negative attitude towards the West Chu War. The deeper meaning was that Chun Wang was sending him a hidden message. His Highness, the Crown Prince, was a magnanimous heir and worthy of Su Gong's allegiance. If he dug deeper, Su Gong felt a chill run down his spine. The Crown Prince was only supervising the country at a sensitive time. The Emperor was still alive. Was it not too early to persuade or remind an assistant minister of the Ministry of War to take a clear stand? Could it be that there was some kind of mystery behind this? It had to be said that in these years, there had never been any shocking secret information from Great Peace City that the Emperor was unwell. Could it be? Just as Su Gong's mind was in a fierce struggle, Chun Wang seemed to have just said a few casual words and quickly jumped to the next question. Then how long can Bailiang defend? If the northwest gate cannot be defended, how will it be defended next? Su Gong was experienced and ruthless. Chun Wang, who was sitting silently across from him, did not move. His expression did not change at all. He naturally had a plan for this kind of matter. He immediately replied, "Under normal circumstances, the Bailiang Frontier Army can defend for 2 years, but this is based on the premise that neither side makes any major mistakes or plots. In reality, when two armies are facing each other, you can never guess whether the opponent's next move will be stunning or muddle-headed. There are many classic battles in history that were created by a strange combination of factors. Some made the best of the mistakes, and some made the best of the mistakes. Some people lost mysteriously, and some people won in a strange way. 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 Some people won in a strange way." If it was a normal confrontation between two armies, the leader's ability to use soldiers was mediocre. It was just a competition of the resources of both sides. There was no suspense. But in the Great War of Liangmang, it could not be compared like this because both sides had too many famous generals. Su Gong was slightly fascinated, and a dazed look appeared in his eyes. Bailiang had Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, Yan Wenluan, Chen Yunxue, He Zhonghu, which one of them was not a general who had been exposed to the smoke of battle, and could take charge of an area. Beimang had Tuoba Bodhisattva, Dong Zhua, Lu Gui, Huang Songpu, Yang Yuanzan. Su Gong sighed and said, "Almost everyone can cause unpredictable changes to the entire battle situation." Chapter 1295. Su Gong gradually entered a good mood. Once he started talking, he could not stop. He held a cup in one hand, but did not drink the tea. He raised the other hand and pointed in the air. Before Bailiang was absorbed into Liang territory, there were 2 paths for the northern nomads to invade south. One was to use Bailiang, which was at the head of the Central Plains, as the first choice. The army occupied the high ground and was usually unstoppable. The disadvantage was that the battle line was slightly longer. Even if they fought all the way to Xiangfan, which was at the middle of the Central Plains, it would be difficult to advance any further. Often, they could only retreat. The second was to go south through the gaps at the border of Ji Province and send cavalry to search in batches to clear out the scattered obstacles outside the pass. On one hand, they would cover the army, and on the other, they would pillage villages and force the Central Plains dynasties to retreat to their strongholds. Right now, the northern Mang seems to have chosen an unwise path, but in fact, choosing short-term troubles and abandoning long-term considerations is a method they have no other choice. The northern barbarians are determined to attack our dynasty, and there is no better plan to speak of. There are only two options to choose from. The northern Mang can't afford to drag it out, but our dynasty can afford to drag it out. If we wait until the Guangling Path and West Chu are destroyed before the northern Mang starts the war, then we really won't be able to fight. A central plains with a stable interior and a central plains imperial court that was eager to make progress was undoubtedly the nightmare of the nomads in the north. If Beimang attacks their western front first, which is the two Liao defense lines that our court built with half of our dynasty's national strength, outsiders may think that this line is closest to Graydon City and that Beimang should use their troops this way. However, the truth is that Beimang will not be able to go south at that time because Beiliang's 300,000 border army will definitely respond to the Tu Liao on the eastern front and initiate an attack on Beimang's southern court. Once the Beiliang cavalry wantonly enters the heartland and enters the grasslands, even if the Beimang army is lucky enough to advance all the way to Graydon City, they will not be able to return. Not only will the southern court be gone, but even the northern court will be destroyed. Since Beimang has chosen the stubborn Beiliang as their breakthrough point, let's take a step back and say that if Beimang really manages to defeat Beiliang, it is not yet time to take a breather, because there will be two fierce battles soon to be fought. The most fatal thing is that these two battles are happening at the same time. Beimang, whose strength has been greatly damaged, has no choice but to fight on two fronts. Western Shu has Chen Zhibao holding the fort, and the eastern front has General Gu Jiantang leading the army. In front of Beimang, they are not soft persimmons. If we take another step back, Chen Zhibao is unable to contain Beimang, and Gu Jiantang's supposedly impregnable eastern front is completely destroyed. So what? Graydon City will be given to Beimang. Our dynasty still has the strength to fight. At this point, Su Gong's hand suddenly pulled from north to south. We can retreat to the south of Guangling River in one go. Don't forget that we still have Zhao Bing's battle-hardened army. With Zhao Bing's army as the core fighting force, His Majesty can easily gather an army of 500,000. It is not a difficult matter. Su Gong suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. Speaking of which, Beimang can really force us to this point. They are quite capable. If they win the world in the end, Su Gong, will accept it wholeheartedly. The worst that can happen is that we die in battle. Chen Wang said softly, "There is a prerequisite to all of this." Su Gong was silent for a moment, and then nodded. "The prerequisite is that Beiliang is willing to fight to the death." Chen Wang muttered to himself, "I know that person is willing." Su Gong grunted. "There is no other way. He is Su Zhao's son. Anyone can retreat, but not him." Chen Wang smiled slightly and said, "It is very difficult for me to connect the young master who spent money to buy poems from me to the king of Beiliang, who dares to fight when he says he wants to." Su Gong didn't know how to respond. Chen Wang muttered, "The snowflakes in Beiliang are as large as a banquet. Thinking about it, if Graydon City is already so snowy, my hometown will be even colder." Su Gong felt some admiration for this scholar, who was more than a decade younger than him. A young man from Beiliang who entered the capital to take the Jinshe exam and passed. In the capital's officialdom, he had never said a single bad word about Beiliang. He had also never concealed his little relationship with the then heir of Beiliang. Even so, he was still in the emperor's heart and walked step by step to a high position. He even had the hope of reaching the top and fighting for the position of future leader of the civil officials. Su Gong didn't dare believe this story and didn't expect Chen Wang to tell it of his own accord. Even if Chen Wang was willing to tell it, Su Gong wouldn't dare listen, no matter how bold he was. Unless, one day, Chun Wang really did remove the prefix of prime minister and became a second Zhongjulu, and Su Gong also needed to become a second Gu Jiantang of the Liang dynasty. The conversation between the two was like drinking tea. It was 70 to 80% enjoyable, but there was still a lingering aftertaste. If they continued talking, they would probably feel disgusted. Su Gong stood up and bid farewell. Chun Wang also stood up to see him off. He walked him all the way to the door and said with a smile, "Brother Su will be heading to the northern front tomorrow. I have to be on time to go to the diligent room, so I won't see you off." Su Gong nodded. "No matter. You and I will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." Su Gong sat in the inconspicuous carriage and slowly left in the wind and snow. The tracks left behind by the wheels were quickly covered by the goosefeather snow. Chun Wang turned around and stepped onto the steps. He looked up at the night sky and suddenly ordered the old gatekeeper, "Old Song, prepare the carriage. I want to go enjoy the snow. Also, remember to send someone to inform her." The old man was surprised. Night Ban, like Su Gong, Chun Wang didn't have time to take off his official robes and court robes. He smiled and said, "Just leave the city without changing." The old man immediately felt proud. He smiled knowingly and said, "This old servant will go right away." A short while later, a carriage came out of the southern city gates and stopped at a small crossing. Chun Wang walked down from the carriage. For some reason, he was standing at the crossing to the south, but his gaze was looking to the west. Chun Wang took out the small item he always carried with him and sniffed it lightly. When he was young, he had read an old saying, "3 lives of good karma. In this life, one can smell the fragrance of Nanmu." In his hand was a piece of Nanmu worth 10,000 gold. At that time, he was just a poor youth who had studied hard for 10 years and still had an uncertain future. He would often sit at the shady crossing covered in reeds and read. She would often listen to him while she worked on her clothes. He said that after he became famous in the imperial examinations, he would definitely return home in glory. He would definitely bring her some of this Nanmu incense. Also, he would definitely marry her. Then he traveled thousands of li to this great peace city, the most virtuous city in the world. He successfully jumped the Dragon's Gate in the imperial examinations of thousands of soldiers and horses. But in the end, he married, lifting the red veil, that beautiful face in the candlelight. Not her. He only sent the 4 words, "Don't think about me, don't wait." After so many years, the person he was most afraid of was not the emperor whose heart was unpredictable, or the crown prince who hid his sharpness, or the omnipresent Zhao Go. He was most afraid that he would talk in his sleep, afraid that he would call out her name. He was even more afraid that the path he had chosen in his hot-bloodedness would implicate the graceful woman far away in Bailiang. She had once told him with a red face that if they married in the future, he would not be allowed to do farm labor. Why? Because he was a scholar. Chun Wang gripped the piece of Nanmu tightly. His lips trembled as he closed his eyes. The heavy snow in the middle of winter covered his shoulders. Also, he did not pay attention to the falling snow. Chun Wang. Wang, the name of the full moon. The sun was in the east, the moon in the west, looking at each other from a distance. This worthy young prime minister slowly opened his eyes and said softly, "Have you found a good family? Even if you haven't, don't wait anymore. If you marry, you should find a scholar who knows how to cherish you more than me. You must hate me, this heartless person, right?" Chun Wang's face was filled with tears. What he didn't know was that Wataguchi Yoshihiko was still waiting for him. But he used to be standing at the ferry, but now he was lying in the reeds, waiting forever. The dead do not complain, but those who have not returned do not know. Chapter 1296. The spring snow building, known as the small temple in the southeast of Liang, was built on Lion's Cliff. The spring snow building was located in the slender Green Mountain Village, which was formerly a summer resort of the Chu dynasty. It was destroyed by the fires of the Spring and Autumn War. After Guangling Wang, Zhao Yi spared no effort in expanding it. He collected countless famous flowers and rare stones and raised them in his boudoir. Among them was a huge rock from the Spring God Lake that was carried to the village by the Guangling Navy and the vassal king's cavalry. It was shaped like a pearl and was worthy of being called the most famous stone in the world. It was also a treasure that contained feng shui. The slender Green Mountain Village faced the Guangling River to the south. In the Lion's Cliff area, scholars from Jiangnan often climbed high to write poems. After it became the vassal king's exclusive residence of the emperor's younger brother, Zhao Yi, only the Guangling Path had the right to enter the spring snow building to discuss politics. It was a special benefit for a small group of influential people. Lion's Cliff was also known as the Treasure Trove Mountain. In the last years of the Defeng dynasty, there was a saying that an enlightened monk subdued a lion here. It attracted the magnificent phenomenon of flowers falling from the sky like rain. From the last years of the Defeng dynasty to the first year of the Yonghui dynasty, every time there was a war, these ownerless stones were constantly picked up by travelers, wanderers, and quarrymen until less than a tenth remained and entered the homes of the common people. After Zhao Yi was made a vassal, he either took it by force or bought it at a high price. The huge rocks surrounding the Spring God Lake were scattered around randomly and gradually covered Lion's Cliff. On the cliff was the spring snow building. There was a well downstairs. The first light snow in Jiangnan arrived slowly and then suddenly disappeared. However, the fires of war in the Guangling Path were really frightening. Whether it snowed or not, the size of the snowfall did not matter. The winter snow melted, and it was noon. The scenery on Lion's Cliff was beautiful and gentle. A fat man sat alone at the mouth of the well below the building. This small well had always been dry, and it was unknown why it was dug. It had been a mystery since ancient times. The fat man was wearing a bright yellow python robe embroidered with gold. Among the vassal kings of Liang, only this fat pig had such an honor. Even the king of Beiliang, Su Shao, who had no merit in the past, only had a large blue satin python robe. The king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, was inferior to this fat pig in terms of dragon poise and python water. As for the more substantial vassal lands, the southern border, which was full of miasma all year round, naturally couldn't be compared to Guangling, where half of the world's taxes came from. The Liang court had always had bad comments about Guangling King, who was the most suspected of receiving rewards without merit. The number of imperial censors and imperial censors who died directly or indirectly at the hands of Guangling King was even more shocking. Now that he had finally received his retribution, the fat man, who was being roasted on the bonfire, did not seem to be as panicked and lost as the outside world imagined. Instead, he sat quietly at the mouth of the well, without any hostility or dejection. Whenever Zhao Yi sat in a daze in the well, even the trusted aides of the spring snow building did not dare disturb him. In the distance, His Royal Highness Zhao Yuang stood respectfully. The main general of the Western Front, Song Li, who had just returned from the front lines, stood shoulder to shoulder with him. On the Guangling River outside the cliff, there were densely packed Navy warships. Although it was said that half of the Guangling Navy had been taken away by West Chu, that was only a loss in numbers. Most of the ships were firmly in the hands of the Guangling army. Zhao Yuang and Song Li had a close relationship and had called each other brothers for many years. Everyone knew that in Guangling, only by becoming Song Li's woman could one truly escape the clutches of His Royal Highness. Otherwise, even if one had a provincial governor as a father They could not be considered a life-saving talisman. At this time, Zhao Yuang lowered his voice and said angrily, "Back then, it was said that the Grand Tutor of West Chu had fled here and was unwilling to accept the summons of the Su family's iron cavalry. He carried the fallen princess and resolutely jumped off the cliff to meet his death." Nonsense! Lame Su clearly tricked the court. Su Xiao should be given an even more disgusting title. Song Li smiled and did not agree. He turned his head and glanced at the roiling river flowing east. After the fall of Chu, there was no spring and autumn. After the high cliff, there was no central plains. When the Chu was destroyed, there were still southern Tang and western Shu that stubbornly resisted. However, there was already such a saying in the literary world. Zhao Yuang yawned, and his mind wandered. Suddenly, Song Li bumped into his arm. Only then did Zhao Yuang realize that his father was waving at them. Zhao Yuang hurried forward and walked with Song Li to the side of the well. Zhao Yi looked at Song Li and asked with a smile, "Then Ko Jianghuai really resigned and went into seclusion?" Song Li nodded and said, "At the beginning, this general also thought that it was Chao Zhongqing's smokescreen. Now, it seems that Ko Jianghuai's abrupt abdication of responsibility should not be far from the truth." Zhao Yi gave Song Li an encouraging look. Song Li thought for a moment before continuing. The situation on the Western Front was already in tatters. If Ko Jianghuai continues to expand his military achievements, at least half of Prince's tens of thousands of cavalry will have to be lost if we want to stop Ko Jianghuai's advance. Putting aside the fact that Ko Jianghuai's departure was rumored to be because he did not agree with Chao Chongqing's political views, or that there were people in West Chu's court who did not want him to be too powerful, and thus made things difficult for him. In any case, it is definitely a good thing for Prince. Before spring, there won't be any major movements on the Western Front. Chao Chongqing agreeing to Ko Jianghuai's departure was very unreasonable. Perhaps in the future, historians will evaluate this matter and see it as an important turning point. Chapter 1297. The unusually large Zhao Yi grunted in acknowledgement. He bent down with some difficulty to pick up a stone and held it in his palm. He felt the coolness of the stone and asked, "Let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about the present. Song Li, do you think Chao Chongqing will lead the army personally or let Xie Shibian fill in for Ko Jianghuai? No matter who is in charge of the Western Front, it doesn't seem to be good news." Song Li said without hesitation, "It's more likely that Xie Shibian will lead the army. Chao Chongqing will most likely retreat behind the scenes to strategize." Zhao Yi said self-deprecatingly, "That's right. Why would Chao Chongqing care about this king and Lu Xingxiang? He only has eyes for Gu Jiantang. As long as Gu Jiantang doesn't go south from the Liao border, Chao Chongqing won't appear to take charge." Song Li nodded and said, "It seems conceited, but it's also a long-term consideration. Chao Chongqing is too conspicuous. He can only give Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai enough opportunities to grow if he doesn't interfere with the specific deployment of troops." Zhao Yi suddenly laughed and said, "There are no heroes in the world. Only the villains can become famous." Zhao Yi was a little confused. He knew that the so-called villains were people like Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, but he didn't know who his father's so-called heroes were. Zhao Yi sighed and said, "Back then, Lame Su only needed to lightly kick to sink the land of Shenzhou." Zhao Yi's face was full of sarcasm. "This time, vassal King Jingnan is very loud. Let's not talk about small raindrops. There's no such thing. Other than that old fool Zhao Bing's son, who has ulterior motives, the rest are a bunch of good-for-nothings. If Lame Su hadn't died, he could have casually pulled out 50,000 elite cavalry from Beiliang and Chao Chongqing, and his West Chu wouldn't have been able to do anything. As for Zhao Heng, if he was willing to give his all and join forces with this king, they would also be able to solve this problem. However, Zhao Bing was just as scheming as Zhao Heng, who was ridiculed by Su Xiao as a woman. However, Zhao Heng was a far cry from Zhao Bing's ability to feign ignorance. Before Chao Chongqing and the little girl had raised the flag, they had purposefully sent 3 urgent memorials to Great Peace City, saying that the South was in chaos. Hadn't they sent a letter of apology not long ago? He said that the 16 clans of the Southern Barbarian colluded with the remnants of the West Shu, which led to 3 consecutive defeats on the front line that he personally led, losing several tens of thousands of men and horses. Tens of thousands? *CK. Your mother. Hundreds of people, right? Your son, who was only a teenager, could go to the hinterland of Southern Barbarian to chop people's heads and build a capital. Zhao Bing, when you went, you were defeated, and you lost 3 times? What did Nalen Yusi, who claimed to be able to break a city with a flick of his finger and destroy a country with a wave of his sleeve, do? A big man. He couldn't have gotten pregnant because of you, Zhao Bing, right? Zhao Yi sighed. Among all the kings, the old king of Jing and Zhao Heng, who couldn't recover from the setback, had the most grievances and the greatest limitations. The king of Huainan, Zhao Ying, had the most talent but the least ability. The king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, had the softest temper and the least temperament from beginning to end. As for this king, he had the smallest vision and couldn't compete for the title of the best cavalry in the world. He was satisfied with the title of the best navy in the world. He had the smallest ambition and never coveted the throne. He had been like this since he was a child. He even went to lame Su and almost knelt down in front of him so that my brother could sit on the throne. So in these years, outsiders said that this king had a fierce reputation, and Su Xiao, the king of Beiliang, was the awe-inspiring one. If we were to talk about who this prince loathes the most, it would be Zhao Bing. He changes his rudder when the wind blows, burns the bridge after crossing the river, and is a master of honeyed words and swords. It's a pity that imperial brother has always been wholeheartedly guarding against the Northwest. No matter how this prince, his biological younger brother of the same father and mother, tries to persuade him, he still refuses to make a move against the southern border. Zhao Yi smiled sadly and looked up at his son, Zhao Yuang, and said self-mockingly, "That year when Su Fengnian came to Guangling River, you had a deadly feud with him. This king deliberately showed weakness to Su Xiao and cut a piece of meat from you and sent it to Beiliang. Then at this time, he sent a secret letter to my brother. It wasn't to say anything bad about Su Xiao in Beiliang, but to say that Zhao Bing couldn't be allowed to accumulate power. As a result, my brother still didn't care. If cutting off a few pounds of meat from this king could change my brother's mind, this king would really do it. Since my brother didn't want to be the bad guy, then this king would do it. So in this half a year, this king had people secretly assassinate the crown prince of Yanqi 4 times, but they all returned without success. Song Li was silent. Zhao Yuang, hearing this for the first time, opened his mouth wide in shock. Zhao Yi threw out the stone that was still warm in his palm. Later, when Qin Jibao entered the capital to take up the post of Minister of War, this king knew that this person would definitely be given the title of king. So, he sent a secret letter to my brother, proposing that Qin Jibao be given the territory between Guangling Road and Nanjiang Road. If Qin Jibao felt that the territory was too small, this king could even give up one more province. The 2 of you know what the result was. Zhao Yi laughed and said, "Piao, father just wants you to inherit the throne. I don't even hope that my grandson will become a Qin Wang. In the future, he will definitely go to Great Peace City to be a prince of pleasure. But Zhao Bing will be much more domineering as a father." Then Zhao Yi exhaled deeply and waved his hand tiredly. Zhao Yuang and Song Li, who had been silent all this time, retreated. Zhao Yi continued to sit at the mouth of the well, looking at the sky. He was like a fool looking at the sky from the bottom of a well.